This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I was going to say good evening. It's like the F1 tier. We are here at the Circuit de la Sarre, one of the most famous circuits in motorsport for the Formula Virtual Racing 4 Hours of Le Mans. There was an attempt to put it in French on the graphic, but not too sure how correct that was. But we are here at the Circuit de la Sarre, of course, in the little village known as Le Mans, which has become famous for these roaring racing cars. We are here for the Formula Virtual Racing 4 Hours of Le Mans, of course. This is qualifying that is just underway. We will have the main race starting shortly. Do apologise if the audio is loud. It should be okay now. Let me know if the game audio is all okay, because I can't hear it, unfortunately, but it should be all fine. But yes, qualifying underway. We've got a great grid of drivers. We have 15 teams who are racing it out for Formula Virtual Racing Endurance Glory. Only one team has ever tasted Formula Virtual Racing Endurance Glory. That is, of course, F4 Bono Racing, who won the 4 hours of the Nürburgring. They won the 2 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. They won the 24 hours of Le Mans. And yeah, it should be a fantastic event, hopefully. We've got qualifying coming up first, and then we'll have the first stint, which will be 2 hours long, and then we'll have the second stint of another 2 hours. I'll be here for the full thing. We'll have people joining me, though. It won't just be me in the commentary booth. We will have a couple of interviews with the drivers. We're going to have a few people join. I believe we're going to have Kyle Davison, Niels Hartl. I think Ridwan is going to join at a point as well, but he's a bit busy for the time being. The defending champions, not running the number 1, opted against it. They're running their trusty number 4 in a Nissan GTR. That is the Bono, or the F4 Racing. They were Bono Racing at a point. It's F4 Racing now. We were supposed to have Bono Racing and F4 both compete against each other. That would have been very confusing for the statistical endeavours of this event, but no, we're all good for the time being, and we are getting everything underway. So we will have some push laps coming up in a moment's time. We'll have plenty of different things going on throughout the broadcast. We'll have plenty of different little features. We have a track, or we have an onboard hot lap, not live from the race, unfortunately. We'll be doing plenty of onboards, but we do have an onboard provided by Tyler Davison, Formula Virtual Racing winner, of course. Big thanks to him. I would have did it myself, but I am quite frankly slow. But some great liveries as well. We'll go through a bit of a livery contest during the broadcast. We'll have lots of interactive polls. It's going to be a good afternoon of racing. And a new little feature that we're going to have as well during the broadcast. I am aware that it can get quite boring from time to time. So we're going to have commentary corner. You can see it's very dark for the time being in this room, but we're going to have commentary corner at a point as well. So I'll be coming in throughout the broadcast to say my hellos. But let's get into the racing side of things. The car you're looking on board with, this is the one and only Ferrari that is in the event. This is, of course, the Spider GT racing team. This is the Ferrari 458. This is the is this the number 13 or the number 95 car? I can't remember. Spider GT, 3 entries here to this race, so we're going to get confusing. 2 look like Ferraris, 2 look like McLarens. That's because it's a Ferrari and a McLaren. But this is the number 95 Ferrari. This was supposed to be Audi Castillo, who was meant to be qualifying, but there was a late driver change. I don't actually know the name of this driver because Kyle didn't tell me, but yes, it was a late driver change for the Ferrari. Here, this is Kyle, of course. That is the Spider GT McLaren livery. You can see it's sort of reminiscent of what they've ran in the past. They have the Rust-eze logo and stuff beforehand. Bit of success for Spider in Le Mans before. That's Tim Denhire, who's gone off. He's picked up a 5-10 penalty here in qualifying already. And that is Tim Denhire gone off the road. That is the Voluta racing team. It'll be Tim running the full 4 hours. It was supposed to have Lewis McWilliam alongside him. But unfortunately, Lewis is off doing Lewis things, so Tim is on his own for this one. And then behind we have the Nexus Racing by Giotto Designs, or some variation of that in the Mercedes and the AMG. Of course, that's the 2020 edition. We have two 2020 Mercedes. We should have, yep, there we do. We have Kieran Kevern in the other one, the self-sponsored machine. But we do have one more as well. If I can find it, we do have another Mercedes as well. This could be quite difficult. Ah, there it is. That is, of course, the Invictus Racing Team. I designed that car. I'm going to take credit for that. It looks horrible because I just stuck a few decals on it. But that's Levi Rablers who is in that one. But let's actually get into the qualifying action then. So we're looking at the Spider GT Racing car. And the Ferrari is Maliki. Ah, thank you very much, Yannick. Yeah, I am in the Spider GT group chats, but God forbid I'd have to read something. Yeah, that is Maliki, who is in the Ferrari. Thank you very much, Yannick. So that is Maliki, who's taken the first stint for Spider GT. This is, of course, the number 95 car, so it will actually be Yannick who will be in that one after. He'll be doing the second 2 hours. As I said, it was supposed to be Audi Castillo, but there is a late driver change there. But a decent lap so far, this, by Maliki. Let me know if all the audio and stuff is okay. We'll get all those problems out of the way early on, because of course I can't hear anything. I'm just talking to myself for the next 4 hours, but please do let me know if everything is okay. And we'll get into the main drift of things. We will have a formation lap in the race, so we'll have a lap to go through everything to build up the hype for the race. But qualifying, most importantly, first, as they will start on the pole position. This is the Bing Chilling car. You might remember Bing Chilling Racing from Nürburgring. They, of course, came third in the 4 hours of the Nordschleife, but could have won the race, but ran out of fuel late, or about the middle of the first stint, which was disappointing. But however, Rick has learned from his mistakes. He sacked the driver, ran out of fuel, and he's brought in Miko Lockhurst, who is going to be taking the Bing Chilling car around for the first 2 hours, and then Ricky will be coming in for the second two. Look, both exceptional drivers. Ricky, very quick. I almost beat him twice, but wasn't quite close enough. So Ricky he's very quick, and a very successful GT racer. He's won Motion Racing League many a time. But let's take a look at Maliki heading through the Porsche curves for the first time. Maliki in that Ferrari. The Ferrari, an interesting car here. You're going to see a lot of different driving styles have to be used by these cars. Oh, Maliki way out of shape heading through the Porsche curves. But you're going to see a lot of different driving styles for these cars because they are all unique in a way. Of course, we do have balance of performance, which will it'll even them out a bit, but they all drive completely different. But there's a 5/10 penalty, unfortunately, for Maliki on this attempt. It won't invalidate the time, I don't think, or will it? It will invalidate the time, unfortunately, for Maliki. Next is going to be Kyle Davis. He's going to set the benchmark, so he's going to come across the start-finish line. It's going to be a 4-minute flat 0.6. That's a very decent lap from Kyle, I have to say. Here comes Dominic Kabinski for the Nexus team. Nexus with two cars, of course. They have the 954 and the 955. Timden Hire not really with a representative time. Pastilli has validated his lap. Here's Levi Rablers. This will be looking to go to the top for the Invictus team. He is going to lap in the 401s, and that's a 401.5 for Levi Rablers. He goes to third. Stumer also validating his time. This is Ben Goff, who is coming across the start-finish line. I will get the names nailed down eventually. That's Ben Goff, who goes to 5th position. Morris Stumer invalidating the time, as is Kieran Kevern. This one's not going to be invalidated, however. This is the EIA Spectra Motorsport car. They have two cars as well, the number 20 and the 21, both identical liveries. And that is the number 20, though. That is Lucas Mays, who is driving that one. Andrew Davis still on a lap, and you can see there's a lap put across the line. That is that's Dylan Vastenberg, who comes across the line next in 7th position. That's the 21 Spectra car, and that you can see there. Another invalidation, or actually no, it's not an invalidation, apologies. It's a penalty from his last lap, isn't it? So it's not an invalidation. Borbune as well, suffering the same fate. The penalty zone, there's no one in there at the minute, but it is on the run down to the Indianapolis right and left-hander. It is not on the main Mulsanne straight. It is on the run down. Oh no, it isn't, apologies. It's on the run to the Porsche curves. It's on the exit of it's on the exit of Arnage is where the penalty zone is. But so far, what a start for Spider GT. Kyle Davis lapping the quickest of the bunch, 4 flat 0.6, which is a decent time. Like, it's a strong time. I know it might be very surprising to see Kyle up near the top, but yeah, it's not bad at all. Luke asking me to go to DMs for the audio, so I take it something's wrong. But let's get this sorted, shall we? Game sound was good, volume for the first 30 seconds-ish, but right now it's either off or very low. Yeah, actually, I did lower it down because I thought it was too loud, but we will lower it back up. That should be okay, actually. My microphone is working perfectly for the first time since God knows. Luke, let me know if that's okay. Just pop it in the stream chat, Luke, it'll be fine. We've embarrassed ourselves enough on this channel before. But Kyle, not lapping as quick as he was. Let's see what Levi Rabblers is doing. That's Borbjorn who's pulled off to let Rabblers through down the Mulsanne and then in towards the Mulsanne hairpin. A roundabout for everyday use. This is the number 216. This is the Invictus car. As you can see, very plain livery. I put my hat. I say that is. I say that's my fault. Unfortunately, put a decent lap that from Levi Rabblers. Maybe it's my stroke of genius that has been having a touch on that car. Let's ride on board, actually. Inside the 2016 AMG, we've got two 2021s and then this 2016 AMG. Let's have a look as he heads down to Indianapolis. Decent through there for Rabblers. That's not too shabby at all, actually. The 216 performing well so far. That is the Invictus car of Levi Rabblers. Who's going to be coming into that then for the second 2 hours? That's going to be Don Vondenwinkel. Who'll be coming into that one for the second 2 hours, the Belgian. As problems for Borbjorn at Arnage. What has happened to Borbjorn? I think he's just pulled off and let cars through, which is very sportsmanlike of the young Dutchman. Of course, a Formula Virtual Racing champion, technically. Won the Constructors title in Season 9 with McLaren. He's in an Audi today. Or is he in an Audi? Is Borbjorn in an Audi? Yes, he definitely is in an Audi. So he's in an Audi for today. Keep an eye on Ridwan Hamza as well. That is, of course, the F4 racing car. Here's Kyle Davison, and he's actually been beaten. He's been beaten by his brother car. That is Maliki, who goes quickest. And no, Kyle beats it again. So Kyle finding time through the Porsche curves. 4 flat 0.4. What a start for Spider GT this is. But of course, they do have 4 hours of driving coming up after qualifying, as that's Timden Hire goes to second. Oh, there we go. That is going to be the Bing Chilling car. That's Michael Lockhorst who goes quickest. Or Miko Lockhorst, apologies, I'll get it right eventually. Pistilli goes to 5th. Good lap there from Tyler Pistilli. Now, that's Levi Rabblers. Oh, that's a horrible place to crash. He's crashed right at the Daytona chicanes. And that's horrible because that's just ruined his lap. And the one he's on, and he's not actually going to have a time for another one. So, yeah, he's not going to have time for another one. So that's qualifying done for the Invictus car. Awful unfortunate. Here's Lucas Mays. He's actually following the other EIA Spectra car, so they're both running in close proximity. But here comes Mays across the start-finish line. This is not going to be an improvement for him. Ben Goff went to a 4:01.9. Gotta say, qualifying really close here for Le Mans. It's usually a lot more spaced out than this. Couple down the back. Keep an eye on Ridwan Hamza as well. It's when you come into an FVR endurance race, you almost expect this man to be somewhere near the front. He's 15th for now, but he's not set a valid time. Rabblers goes into the pit lane. There's no fuel and tyre wear in qualifying. We will have fuel and tyre wear during the main Grand, or during the main race. We will have fuel on 2X and tyres on 2X. What that should mean is we should get a good mix of strategy, but also a good mix of racing. You don't want too many pit stops, but the regulations have been designed for fun, really. The whole race has been designed just for enjoyment purposes, really. It's not the most serious thing in the world. Obviously, you want to win, because it's motor racing. We come here to win, but yeah, it should be an interesting one. So far, what I'm getting from the top two is this is going to be a shootout between Bing Chilling and F4 Racing. I know Ridwan hasn't had a lap yet, but it's inevitable, isn't it? It's Hamza in for the first 2 hours, and then it is Marco Albertini who's coming in for the second 2. Very quick drivers, and F4 Racing have such a strong pool of drivers that you'd almost expect the one who is alongside Ridwan to be rather quick. It's currently 3 in the morning for Ridwan as well, so he's committed as ever. Ridwan is he's part of the organisation team here. I've put him under my wing to calculate the stint gaps because he's an expert at it. But purple, heading down the Mulsanne straight. Here's 3 cars in a row. This is going to be very beneficial for Miko Lockhorst because he's got to get the tow from that Voluta car in front, and Tim is only 6/10 slower than him, which means Miko could probably follow him for the rest of the lap and still put a good time in. We're on board with the Porsche. This is the 911 RSR which is a very strong car, beautiful GT3 car. It's a good one to design a livery on, this one. Any livery designers who are watching, it's a very nice car to design a livery on because of how much open space there is. This is the 22. Okay, we're now to the last lap of qualifying. You can see there, the timer has just struck 15 minutes. So this is the last lap of qualifying. And let's be real, you're all not here for qualifying. We're all here for the main race, which will be starting shortly. But here is Tim Den Hire, who we are looking at. Tim with a 4 minutes point 3. The only man into the 3 minute benchmark, that is Miko Lockhorst. He's done a 3 minute 59.7. Currently on pole by 6/10 here at Le Mans. Kyle Davis, though, is going to be the first man to finish the session. Let's see how he's tracking. Oh, that's quickest through the Porsche curve so far. Great lap from Davis. He's done his homework here, hasn't he, Kyle? Much quicker than we've seen him before in a Formula Virtual race, of course. He's an FVR commentator now as well, isn't he? He joined me for Silverstone, but heading towards the Ford chicanes, or now known as the Daytona chicanes. Kyle Davis, let's see what he can do. Braking for the left-hander and the right-hander. Oh, he's gone wide. He's gone a little bit wide through there and slightly messing it up, as that's actually quickest for Malakis to the Ferrari. He's gone to pole. Here's Davis across the line. Has he muddled up his lap? Oh, he has. That's awful unfortunate. And look at this. Miko Lockhorst could be impeded here by Tim Den Hire. This could be really close. Den Hire across the line. Doesn't improve. Just Lockhorst across the line. He does. It's pole for the Porsche, but it's beaten by the Mercedes. Kabinski goes quickest. What a lap from the Mercedes to take pole. Pistilli goes to second. The track ramping up. We're into the 58. Let's see what Ridwan Hamza can do. Where is he in his lap? He's heading to the line. Is it going to be pole for F4 again across the line? Oh, it is. Look how close that is. 57.7. Ridwan steals it at the death. What a lap that was from the Mercedes, though. I don't think anyone really expect them to be in the front row. Borbune then goes to 10. Ben Goff sliding it through the chicanes, but his lap is done anyways. It's done and dusted. Here comes Morris Stumer across the line for the Porsche team. This is the Fruit Motorsport car. Let's see where he can go. It's going to be 13 for a start for him. And then Kieran Kevern, he's going to jump up to 12th position. Can Lucas Mays maybe shock a surprise here for the EIA Motorsport car? He'll go to 9th. And I think that is qualifying completed. No, sorry, Andrew Davis. Andrew Davis is still on the lap. This is the Jurg Motorsports machine. Jonathan forgot to upload their livery, so they're in a plain green one. Oh, it's into the gravel at the Porsche curves. But it's Ridwan on pole with Dominic Kubinski in second for Nexus Racing. I didn't really expect that one, if I'm totally honest. He's put it within a 10th of Ridwan. That's incredible. Fair play to Dominic Kubinski, because he surprised a lot of people there. But it is going to be Hamza who'll be quickest. Then it'll be Kubinski. We're going to go into the main race now, folks, but not until you have a quick advert break. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line, out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Welcome back to Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going onto the grid for the formation lap shortly, just making sure everything is A-OK in terms of the stint. We are going to start the race now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have the formation lap. It won't be green straight away. We will have a formation lap. That will be part of the 2 hours, though. And the thing about that is, what makes it really intriguing is that we're not really going to know the strategy. We're not going to know the strategy for the second stint because of this formation lap at the first. I know it's going to be like a 4 or 5 minute formation lap, but it still makes it very intriguing. We're getting ready to go now, folks. We already have a disconnect. Oh, Ben Goff has already suffered a disconnect. That's a horrible start for the Spider car. And here we go. This is the formation lap. Race not underway, although we are taking, as you can hear the green flag coming through my controller speaker, we are taking the start line, but we are not racing just yet, although we may have to go for a restart for Ben Goff. I'm not sure. I think we are going to go for a restart, ladies and gentlemen. This will be as quick as humanly possible. We'll be back in a sec. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Welcome back to Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. It was a quick restart, well executed by me, of course. Now we have the formation lap for Le Mans. Ridwan has gone off himself. He was the one who suggested the formation lap, so I'd like to think he knows to obey it. But we've got the formation lap here at Le Mans. It is, of course, FVR Racing who start on pole position. They are, of course, driving the Nissan GT-R. Then in second position, it is the Mercedes. That is actually the 955 car that's qualified on second. That's Dominic Kabinski, and then it'll be Dan Ashby who comes into that one next. Dan never raced in an FVR race, so it'll be very intriguing to see what Dan can bring to the field. Then, I gotta say, this is probably a bigger shock than Kabinski. I didn't really expect the Vollard Racing Lamborghini to be starting in third. The Lambo, number 24, beautiful car, purple, starting on third. Then it'll be the Bing Chilling car who starts in fourth. That's the Porsche 911, the number 22 car. It'll be Rick de Bray coming into that for the second stint. Then it is, of course, Maliki in fifth position. That's the top Spider car. That is the Spider GT Racing. That is the 95 is the Ferrari. Then it's Tim DeHaer for the Voluta Racing team, not to be confused with the Vollard Racing team. It seems like we have a bit of a problem here. Oh, it's unfortunately Ben Goff who is stuck now. Just going by the regulations that I have open beside me in terms of lobby restarts, I think we're only going to have the one attempt at it. If I can find somewhere race procedure, there'll be one restart attempt. That's very unfortunate for Ben Goff, who's not going to get to start here, and that's going to be one of the Spider cars out of contention very, very early on. That is awful unfortunate for Ben Goff, unfortunately there. But going down the order then, of course, we're not at racing speed yet. This is still a formation lap. It's the other Spider car. This is Kyle Davison, who is in the 13 McLaren, I believe. Oh no, he's in the 96. I don't know what. I don't know why they've chose those numbers, but they have. It'll be Lucas Mays then in the top Spectra Motorsports car. This is the 20, the EIA Spectra. Then it'll be Levi Rablers, who is in the older of the three Mercedes. He's in the 16, the others are in the 20. That is for the Invictus Racing team. Then it is Borbune, who lines up for Bune Motorsport in the Audi, the 25 car. This is the white and yellow Audi, as you can see there. You can very clearly tell it's an Audi. Then it's the second of the Nexus cars. This is Kieran Kevern, who's in the 954 car. Then it is Dylan Vastenberg in the other EIA Spectra Motorsport Nissan. Then it is Morris Stumer, that is in the Fruit Motorsport Porsche. A very neon looking livery for Stumer, and a nice one. Then it is Andrew Davis, who is in the Jurg Motorsports car. And then unfortunately, of course, the man we lost, Ben Goff, who is stuck heading through the chicanes. He's going to have to exit, unfortunately. There's no way for him to get going. So, unfortunately, Ben Goff going to end this race as quick as he started it, unfortunately. Of course, remember, during the race, folks, we'll have commentary corner. It's going to look like that every time. But we're going to have... If it comes on screen, it won't come on screen now. Well, there's a commentary corner graphic, at least. Well, that's slightly disappointing. As, yeah, unfortunately, Ben Goff out of proceedings. But let's get ready, then, ladies and gentlemen. It is Le Mans time from the Circuit de la Sarre, one of the most famous circuits in motorsport. The track where the traditional champagne shower was made. Usually, we do about 397 laps around this circuit. We're only going to be going for 4 hours of the famous 24. But these drivers are looking to follow in the footsteps of the greats such as Tom Christensen, Jackie Ickx, Derek Bell. Can someone put their name alongside history here in the Formula Virtual Racing 4 Hours of Le Mans. 2x2 we go into the Porsche curves. It's probably the most expensive version of Noah's Ark, you'll see. But it is a Nissan and a Mercedes starting on the front row here in Le Mans. It's going to be Hamza and Kabinski who'll be side by side heading to the start finish. We'll have a 100 kilometer slow zone here until we get to the checker, and then it'll be foot to the floor and we'll go racing. Pastilli heating his tyres. Remember, 2x tyre wear will play a part in this race. Hamza side by side with Kabinski till the line. It's nice and close, the formation lap gone well, but here we go then. 4 hours to go, we get underway. Hamza to the start finish line. We go racing here in Le Mans. Great start for Ridwan. Hamza gets away well. Horror start for Pastilli there. They're all bunched up in the mid-pack. It's a good getaway though from the front two. They're safely through in towards the first corner. Great start for Bing Chilling already alongside the Ferrari, braking under the bridge for the first time, side by side in towards the chicanes. Very tricky corner, but they've all made it safely through, to be fair, heading down towards the Tête Rouge S. It's Hamza still leads, the Australian starting well. They're still 2x2. This is Davison and then it is Lucas Mays, the two Dutch drivers, but for Spider and Spectra respectively, still side by side in the background. Borbune making a move. He's got past Dylan Vastenberg. Bad start for Vastenberg, but Hamza leads away successfully up at the front here in Le Mans, and Mays has got past Davison now. A bit of a bump for Rabelers heading down towards the Mulsanne straight for the first time. Already an early penalty for Tim Denhire. He's cut the right-hander of Virage Tête Rouge. They're weaving down here, and look at this from Kyle Davison. This is risky here in the opening minutes of a 4-hour race. He's already going for the bold moves, trying to get the job done, heading down towards the first couple of chicanes. Davison looking down the inside of Denhire. When do they break for this first time? Here we go. They're almost 3 wide here heading into the chicanes for the first time. Good move there from Lucas Mays in the Spectra car. Davison losing spots as well. That's the Voluta Racing team who's got past him there. You can see in the purple and orange sort of car. This is a good start though here. A great start to the race for Tim Denhire, already making up some spaces here. He's up to 6, but does have that penalty, of course. He's got past Lucas Mays, however. It's a slipstream fest as we go on board with Davison. Look at that. An late move from the Nissan. That could have been costly for Davison. The Nissan with a very late move heading down in towards that left-hand chicane. They're still 2x2. Denhire leads ahead of Davison in the battle for stick spot. This is a great initial battle here at the Circuit de la Sarre. These guys are putting on a bit of a show. Further back the field, it seems like Vastenberg struggling to get past Stumer. Morris Stumer with a good start. Hamza 0.4 of a second lead ahead of Dominic Kabinski, but Maliki actually managed to get past that Bing Chilling car. But they're going to go side by side here in towards Mulsanne corner. Who breaks the latest? It is Lockhurst versus Maliki heading through here. Maliki Beard, I think, is his surname actually, but that is Mika Lockhurst, who cannot get the better of him actually, and that is going to be that Spider Ferrari that actually stays out in front. So it is Maliki Beard who is ahead of Mika Lockhurst, but Lockhurst still looking to get this one. Maliki picking up a penalty, so Lockhurst going to get the spot anyways, but that pink Porsche is up and past Maliki Beard here in the first lap. It's a hectic start, that one, to a thrilling Le Mans. If we can keep up this pace for the whole race, this will be a very quick 4 hours. But hold on a second, we've actually had a leader change. Dominic Kabinski leads here in Le Mans. He's going to lose it though because he has a slowdown penalty. But Hamza, it seems like he has a challenger in that F4 racing car. Dominic Kabinski with a great start in that Mercedes AMG. And yeah, he led the race for a moment. That was we completely missed that one. I can only apologise. Here comes Kevin, looking to follow in the footsteps of the other Mercedes. He's past Denhire because Denhire, of course, got a bad run here to the Porsche curves because he did have that penalty. Kevin on the outside, pushed right onto the asphalt, but they're still going to keep it side by side. What a move! And owing to the wall goes Tim Denhire. He's picked up some front damage. It will slowly recuperate over time, but Denhire has picked up some very early damage here, being pushed into that wall into the Porsche curves. As we saw Kevin go for the audacious move, he was given a big shoulder onto the asphalt, and it seems like Levi Rabler is having some trouble as well. Denhire, that damage will fix itself slowly over time, but you can see just how slowly he has to take the 4 chicanes, and Borbune all over the back. It's a Dutch 8, 9, 10 here in the battle for 8th spot. Denhire's picked up another penalty as well. It's not a great start in the penalty perspective. Kyle Davis falling down to 11th, unfortunately. But your front two, both in very similar coloured cars. It is Ridwan Hamza who leads for F4 Racing ahead of Dominic Kabinski in second position. An Australian versus a Polishman for the win at Le Mans sounds like the start of a bad joke. And it's something that I wasn't really expecting to say today. I thought it would be Hamza versus Lockhorst, if anything, but that Mercedes has got a really good start here on Ridwan Hamza. And Kabinski, this was of course the second Mercedes that came into this race. Who's going in that car later on? This will be a key indication because he's up against Marco Albertini. But here he goes. This comes Dominic Kabinski. Oh, a bit of a bump draft action there from Kabinski. That's a risky strategy considering damage is on. It'll be Dan Ashby, of course, who comes into that car later on. In the other one, it's Adrian Tushy who comes in for Kieran Kevern. So the Canadian's back, folks. Our little cult hero from the virtual racing. Lucas Mays picking up a 1 second. That's for some extreme corner cutting, but still a side-by-side here between Rablers and Bune. Den Haier's damage should be fixed by now. Definitely should be fixed by now, but still struggling in 10th spot as Davisa all over the rear bumper. Ignore these purple sectors, by the way. The second full racing lap, everybody gets a purple sector. I don't know either, but they do. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of slipstreaming down this Mulsanne, so we'll get plenty of purple sectors. Is Den Haier going to risk it? Is Tim Den Haier going to risk it? Of course he is. Free wide, heading in towards the second of two chicanes. Here down the Mulsanne. Look at Den Haier braking down the inside of Levi Rablers and of Borbune. Still side by side. The Lexus being pushed through the corner by the Audi, and they're still side by side on exit. The Mercedes of Levi Rablers going for this one here on Borbune and Tim Den Haier. The three Dutchmen are having an absolute shootout here at the opening stages of this Le Mans, and Rablers is up the inside going for this one on Tim Den Haier and Borbune. The orange Mercedes scrapping here with the purple and orange Lexus braking from Mulsanne corner. Look how later Levi Rablers has broke. He is way more committed on the brakes in that Mercedes compared to the Lexus of Tim Den Haier, who's picked up another 5-10 penalty for some extreme corner cutting. What's happened to Borbune? Borbune's fallen down the order. He was in that battle. He's now fallen behind Kyle Davisa. So Davisa getting the job done. They're still side by side down towards Indianapolis and heading down the Courbe de Gulf. And this is still Den Haier on the inside of Rablers. This seems to be a common theme in this battle. But yeah, Den Haier, he's going to lose this spot anyways because he has a slowdown for the second time this race. The only lap he's done without a slowdown is the formation. Kevern is out of shape a little bit, heading through Indianapolis down towards the Virage du Nage. Kevern, out of shape again. Den Haier gets past that Mercedes, not running as well as the one in first place. Kieran Kevern struggling a little bit in the opening phases. The tyre wear, not great. They've all opted for the soft tyres. Everything is available. You can go with the medium if you want. There's no regulation on what tyres you have to use. We have a mandatory pit stop, but you're not going to get to the end of the race without one anyways. But there's no mandatory tyre swap, there's no mandatory tyre. You can run whatever you want until the end of this race, and it's a good race so far, mind you. Very interesting action here in the opening stages of Le Mans. These mid-pack runners are having an absolute shootout. This is a mess here in the middle of the pack, but it's a beautiful mess, if anything. It's Kevern, then it is Mays, then it's Rablers, Davisa, Borbune. Of course, we did have 3 Spider cars. We had 2 McLarens. We now only have 1. It was Ben Goff who didn't make the start. Hopefully, his teammate, I think it's Carlo Duranti, does continue. It'll be Callum Birch who comes in for Davisa later on in the afternoon. But Kevern under pressure here from Lucas Mays in the EI Spectre car. Goes to the outside, heading in towards Michelin of turn number 1, and then in towards the opening chicane. It is Lucas Mays up the inside in towards Dunlop. Davis are way out of shape in the background. The McLaren almost going into a slide and being our first real incident here so far in this Le Mans. But it is Kevern past Mays, then it is Rablers, then Borbune, and then we saw Kyle Davis. A new pair of trousers may be required in that 95 Spider GT. Is it the 95? I can't figure out. It is the 96 actually. And look at this, Tim Den Haier. Tim's got another penalty. Tim, keep it within the white line, sunshine. You might find a bit of success that way. Tim would be in about 6th place in this race if it wasn't for these constant penalties. I'm not even sure where he was cutting. It's got to be surely he's cutting the inside of the Dunlop chicanes, because he's not cutting the inside of the S de Tête Rouge, and he got the penalty before the Virage de Tête Rouge, so he's got to be cutting the inside of Dunlop. These both have penalties now. Kyle got his for obliterating turn number 1. We saw that on the broadcast, of course. If you are enjoying the broadcast, make sure you do pop a subscription on the channel. It's a pleasure having 20 of you along with us so far, so thank you very, very much for that one. Up the front of the race, 2:10 separates Ridwan and Kabinski. Dominic, bit of a spring in his step here, it seems. He's keeping up with the fast Australian so far, but the only thing here is Ridwan can keep this pace up consistently for the next 2 hours. There's not been any evidence that Kabinski can do that from a Formula Virtual Racing perspective. I'm sure he has done it many a time, but there's no real evidence in an FVR race that Kabinski can keep this pace up for 2 hours. Because it is truly a race of attrition, this one. You've got to have everything working in motion for 2 hours, and also keep it a good speed. You got to have your pit stops correct, you got to have your strategy correct, and most importantly, keep her within the white lines, as we're seeing Tim Den Hire struggle with. But it's Ridwan Hamza who leads here in Le Mans ahead of Dominic Kabinski. Let's ride on board with the Mercedes as he's heading down towards Indianapolis. It seems like Kabinski working together here a little bit with Ridwan Hamza. I was going to take a sip of water, but there is something that I want to discuss first here, and that's bump drafting. Technically, Hamza! Hold on, that thought. Hamza wide, heading through Indianapolis. He's caught that Nissan pretty exceptionally. I definitely thought he was a goner for a moment, but Ridwan Hamza stays in second place. Oh, it's Kabinski who leads at Le Mans though, but what I was going to say, bump drafting can get you up to a 10-second penalty. So Kabinski's got to be careful here, because it's not like he's actually helping himself by doing it. It's keeping Ridwan in front, but he's piled the pressure on, and the 955 Nexus car is going to lead a lap here. And another thing I do want to discuss, folks, it can rain. This is the first endurance race where we've had that. In Nürburgring we were dry throughout. In Spa we were dry throughout. We can actually have rain here at Le Mans. The setting is enabled because they changed the custom weather and the way it works, so you can actually have rain, and we also have brake bias for the first time. Well, we had it in Spa because that was a different game, but on GT7 we have brake bias for the first time. Not that that really matters to the viewers, but it's something. We've brake bias for the first time. Kabinski, though, has just led a lap at Le Mans, and it's the fastest one we've done so far, including qualifying. 3:57.9. This Mercedes is quite fast. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line, out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. I opened a message from Ridwan. Now, it's not one that he just sent me, it was in the middle of qualifying. The top 7 in qualifying was 7 different car manufacturers, which is truly, it's magnificent. I have the grid, of course, with me. Let's run through and see. So it was Ridwan, of course, on pole. That's Nissan. Then it was Dominic Kabinski in second, Mercedes. Then in third we had Tyler Pistilli, Lamborghini. He's in a Lamborghini Huracan, which is a beautiful car. Then we did, of course, have Miko Lockhorst, Porsche. Then we had Maliki Beard, Ferrari, and then we had Tim Den Hire. Oh no, sorry, apologies, that's only 6, but we did have Tim Den Hire. Where's Tim gone? Here is Tim. We had Tim Den Hire for Lexus, and then of course in P7 we had Kyle Davis, who's in McLaren. Then P8 was the Nissan again. So we had 7 different manufacturers qualifying in the top 7 at Le Mans. That's extraordinary. That is the joy of sim racing. So that's a great move from Kieran Cameron up the inside of Lucas Mays. But that is the joy of sim racing, that you can have such a vast variety of manufacturers competing at a top level like this, where you wouldn't get 7 different manufacturers in the top 7 at Le Mans, because is there even 7? I know GTE is technically kaput. The last weekend, of course, at the Sakir International Circuit in the World Endurance Championship. Here comes Rabblers, the inside of Kevin though, just back onto this race for a moment. Didn't actually get that one done. Kevin broke a lot later. Oh, he broke way later, and he's almost off into the gravel at Mulsanne Corner, and now this is going to get a little bit shaky for Kieran Kevin, because he's on the outside and everyone is slipstreaming that other Mercedes down towards Indianapolis. Lucas May's going to take advantage of this one. Kevin's got to get back in this train here, because he's got to be passed out by both of these. He's got to try get back, and no, I got to say, the Mercedes, the 2021, has a lot more legs than that 2016 one. Look at this from Lucas May. This is squeaky bump time going into here, in towards Indianapolis, which is not a flat corner in these Geo3 cars. Oh, look at this braking late for EI Spectra. Got to be so careful not to bump Ravellers off into the wall, because you pick yourself up a hefty penalty for that one. Kevin, he's ran wide through Arnage. Kevin's ran way wide through Arnage, but it's all okay for the time being. He does have a penalty. My goodness me, Rabblers very close to Kieran Kevin there. Borbune gets the spot as well. Davis is very, very close behind. A couple of dark clouds coming over the Porsche curves. I'm not sure about anyone watching. Let me know your thoughts on the race so far, and please do. I have the stream chat open. I'll be reading it for the full duration of the race. So if you have any thoughts, if you want to discuss anything, even non Le Mans related, of course, more than happy to discuss it. So let us know your thoughts in the stream chat. But there is dark clouds coming over the Porsche curves. Oh, Rabblers up the inside, heading through Maison Blanche. Remembering corner names at Le Mans is oddly difficult. It is very difficult, but I've nailed it so far. But Rabblers looking for... Oh, that's the Spectra car off through the Ford chicanes. And there could well be a 5/10 or even a 1 second penalty for that 20 car. 1 second slow zone. Or slow down, I should say. Slow zone is a safety precaution, which we won't have because we've no safety car. If we had a safety car, that would be intriguing. But no, not for the time being. Although at least it's not like Le Mans Vertical, where we're going to have like 6 red flags. We had one little delay at the start, but other than that, it's been smooth running for the first 20 minutes. We're only 20 minutes into 4 hours. We have 3 hours and 40 minutes to go. Okay, so we have an official report, first report of the race. Dominic bump drafting Ridwan. Now, I'm not sure that it'll be live stewarding, but there is an official report gone in. I'm not actually sure what team it's from, but there is an official report gone in against Dominic Kabinski for bump drafting. Now, the only thing is, I'm not sure it will be a penalty, because it's not like he was helping his own team. I don't know. It'll be discussed. It will be discussed, but I think it could be a stray 10 seconds for Kabinski, unfortunately, because he was bump drafting. Let's call a spade here. He was bump drafting. So I think it could be a straight 10 seconds. The 20 Spectra car reported that, so thank you very much. That is the one we're actually looking at from Lucas Mays as Rabblers. Ooh. I think it's more going to be persistent bump drafting, because you're obviously going to get stuff like that on the straight. Nailed in a little while. We will have some. But this is, of course, a very interesting spectacle so far. But what is Le Mans like? Well, let's go with an onboard lap from one of our drivers. This is one Tyler recorded for the broadcast. big thanks, of course, to Tyler for providing the hot lap. Sorry for making you watch that, by the way. That's just a little, if we have a technical difficulty, that's what plays. But, yeah, we had a bit of a battle for the race lead between Kabinski and Hamza, but Kabinski's going to lose again because he has a slowdown. We will have people join the commentary box in a little while, folks. We will have Liam Houseman join us, actually, an FVR driver. He'll be here for a few minutes then. And I think I should probably do an interview with Nils. He has kind of been asking very politely for the last little while. Here we go then. Leader change once again. That's Ridvan Hamza, who is into the lead instead of Dominic Kabinski. But all technical difficulties should be fixed. Big thanks to your support on the stream for the time being. Further down the order, let's run you through the order for now, because we did have a couple minutes off action. It is Hamza who leads ahead of Kabinski. Then it is Miko Lockhorst. Then it is Malachi Beard. Then it is Tyler Pastilli, Lucas Mays, Borbune, Kyle Davison, Kieran Kevern, Tim Den Heyer. Then it is Levi Rabblers, who's ran into a bit of trouble. Then it is Dylan Vastenberg, Morris Schumer, and unfortunately Andrew Davis is 41 seconds adrift. So unfortunate for Jurgen Motorsport. Did not have the best of showing so far. Of course, Jurgen's Mayer in the Indy 250 winner. We don't do full events, do we? Indy 250 and 4 hours of Le Mans. Kabinski runs a bit wide. Hamza is starting to become rid with Hamza. Although you gotta agree with me now, because this is just factual. It is so dull over the Fortune. Oh, the Lamborghini! The Lamborghini almost went for a hop, and the Lamborghini almost completely spun. Look how dull it is, though, as we go on board the Lamborghini of Tyler Pastilli. I would say this is what he's seeing, but he's not. He's probably using the bottom camera. That rear left, you can see in the bottom left, of course, folks. If you see the FVR, the banner. Oh no, see down there, folks. If you see down there, that's where your tyre wear is. If there was something on the screen that was me, I can only apologise. That's where the tyre wear is, and basically, the more red, the worse your tyres are. It's a fairly simple concept, and yeah. Compared to other drivers, like if you look, not doing too well, but we've reached the half an hour mark here in Le Mans at the Circuit de la Sarre, and I gotta say, it's looking interesting from a strategy perspective. I think it's going to be a two-stop, but there is rain on the horizon. There is certainly rain on the horizon. I'm going to try have a look at a driver's perspective, because they have a weather map. Unfortunately, we don't get access to that, so we can't see the weather map, but they have a weather map that they can check in the car. I'm going to go and have a look at Kyle Davison. Kyle, if you can hear me, flick to your weather map for a moment. I want to see something. Because he has his radar open at the minute. Unfortunately, we're just stuck with the track map at the bottom right, which is disappointing. But I am waiting for Kyle to see if he flicks it. Kyle, flick to... Kyle, thank you very much. Okay, no rain for 100 kilometers. Thank you very much, Kyle, appreciate that. No rain for 100 kilometers. So, it's just dull. No rain, says Kyle. Kyle texting and driving. Don't do that, kids. Please don't do that. Skibinski picks up another penalty. It's just the beginning of the end for Nexus's strong run here so far in the opening stint. We're half an hour in already, to be fair. That's surprising, honestly. I can't believe how quick it's gone. Miko Lockhorst is looking under pressure here from Malachi Beard. The Ferrari looking slightly stunning, I must say. Very nice livery. We'll go through our liveries at some point in this race. We'll do it now. This is the F4 racing one, as it picks up a bit of grapple. This is designed by C1 Designs, a designer I've worked with in the past. Absolutely unbelievable designer. Like genuinely, he has like an ungodly talent for designing race cars, and you can see it in that F4 one. Now it's not as Ridwan running over the rumble strips. Now the F4 racing one not as nice as some of the ones he designed for me. No bias, but still a beautiful car. We're gonna get a good look at it here for the Porsche curves. It's lovely. And of course you can see the FVR number board on it, sponsored by Simulus Clothing. A big thanks to our title sponsors of course, Seamless Clothing. We'll be talking about them more in a little while. Dominic Kubinski then in the 954. This is the Nexus Racing. It's sponsored by Giotto Designs. It's designed by Giotto Designs. It's also driven by Giotto Designs, otherwise known as the Kieran Kevin, number 10. But there is slightly differences. The 954, that's actually this one, has yellow on the wing mirrors. The 955 of Kubinski has green. Oh, we have a pit stop. Okay, first pit stop of the day. We'll hold delivery discussions, but this is the first pit stop of the day. It is for the 955 Mercedes of Dominic Kubinski, the only Polish driver to ever touch a Formula Virtual Racing grid. He's the first one. You can see the all-pink race suits out, and the race suits are not colour corresponding. And we also have Pistilli in. But Kubinski's ran his fuel number much lower. Pistilli pitting earlier in the fuel window. Here we go, let's see, does he fill to a full tank? Pit stops. Refuel rate is 3 litres per second. So if you're doing a full tank, which is 100 litres, it's quite long. Exact maths, not sure, because I'm not a genius. But well, it's about 30. It's 33 seconds, surely. 100 divided by 3. But yeah, that's the refuel rate. This is definitely a full refuel. You can see in the bottom left, he's going to a full tank. Not the only one in the pit lane either. Pistilli also in for Lamborghini. That one also designed by Giotto Designs. That's such a stunning car. It's the Hurricane is it's just beautiful. As Pistilli comes out of the race into 11th, Kevin also in, as is Levy Rabblers. Andrew Davis might get a spot. No, he won't. He's into the pit lane. Awful unfortunate. But after 34 minutes of racing, the lead gap is 9.4 seconds, and that's only due to a pit stop from Dominic Kubinski. It's much smaller than that from a real perspective. So Hamza with the lead for F4 Racing. It is Marco Albertini who's coming into that number 4 car later on in the race. Over Mulsanne corner. The gap between Malachi Beard and then Miko Lockhorst, 0.7 of a second. Very close. But yeah, Miko Lockhorst has ran in front of Malachi Beard for the last 10-15 minutes. He's just been... I just noticed my Spotify was open. Imagine if he was just playing copyrighted music. The whole thing would be taken off air. That would be a disaster. Sorry, apologies. But yeah, Malachi Beard has ran right close to that pink Porsche of Big Chilling Racing for the last 10-15 minutes, and I gotta say, Miko's not flustered. Very good driver. And you can see here, I don't think we've seen Ridwan's true pace yet, because he's saved a lot more fuel than his rivals. The Nissan is good at fuel saving, I think, is what we're getting from this. Borbjorn struggling in the Audi, so is Kyle Davis in the McLaren. Timden Hire not doing too bad, mind you. Stumer in the Porsche, that's the Fruit Motorsport car. Nils asking who designed the livery. Nils, I assume you mean the Bing Chilling one. That was also Giotto who designed that one. That was also a Giotto Design special. Very similar to the one that ran at the Nordschleifer. They ran a pink car at the Nordschleifer as well. Yeah, very similar to that one. And here's the Ferrari into the pit lane. This is Spider GT Racing. It's the 95 car. I don't get it though. The 13 is a McLaren, the 96 is a McLaren, the 95 is a Ferrari. You're only allowed a max of 2 cars, so one of them did have to go in something else. But why would you not make the 95 and the 96 McLarens and the 13 a Ferrari? But I don't know. The 13 has been the luckiest car so far, so the old adage not standing corrected. Sorry, I'm a complete buffoon. The 13 car is the one that's out of the race. That's definitely unlucky. Why would you choose number 13? That's out of the race. It's because Kyle's in the 96, I'm pretty sure. There was a late change. He was supposed to be in the 95, but he's running in the 96. Kyle's just apologised to me. Yeah, you should, Kyle. Why didn't you go 94, 95, 96? That would have made much more sense. Although the 13 car is out, so it's just 95, 96. There's the 25 of Borbune. As Neil says, the 69 car is the best tire. Oh, Morris was on the mediums. Okay, Morris was on the medium tire. Well, he's going to have a bit more pace than we first saw, though, because he's the only one on the slower tire. But there's the Fruit Motorsport car. This is the number 69, designed by Nils Hartl. Nils, I saw your other attempt on Gran Turismo last night when I was setting everything up. That was an absolute abomination. This looks much better. The first attempt was not a successful one, but that's what prototypes are for. This one is really nice. It's nice and vibrant. It gives a new look to the grid. It gives a different look to the grid because we have so many Giotto designs and C1 ones. Now they're fantastic. Don't get me wrong, but we need a bit of a bit. I'm trying to think of a nice word. We need a delightful mess. Well, that's what I described the fruit car as. Just a delightful mess. Who ever thought of putting neon green, orange, and blue on a black Porsche? But it's worked. I like it. I really do. And this is the Jurg car, which unfortunately is a minute and 58 behind. Oh, he says there's a Please No Punterino sticker behind. That's a Jimmy Broadbent quote, of course. Can we see it there? Well, you can kind of see it. We're going to have to wait till someone's behind them, till someone's battling. When someone's behind Morris, remind me to have a look at the No Punterino sticker so we can go on board. Very similar to the way we are here with Borbune. We're in the cockpit cam of the Audi. This is what the Audi driver would see, although he's probably more like this one. This is the 25 Bune Motorsport car, which is running well here in this race. He's going to get the move done on Kyle Davis. Both these cars are fresh out of the pits, mind you, so they're both on high fuel, which means they're going to be very heavy getting through the chicanes here. And Kyle Davis has stayed in front for the time being, but it seems like that Audi just good in a straight line. Really seems like it's a nippy car in a straight line here. As Kyle only found out 13 disconnected when I said it. It wasn't even a disconnect. He didn't start. He was stuck on the grid as side by side into Mulsanne corner. 25 on the outside, 96 on, or 25 on the inside, I should say. 96 on the outside. 96 comes out on top, but the 96 car is going to be towed all the way down to the Virage du Indianapolis. Oh, apologies, the SEs du Indianapolis. Too much French for my liking. It's Borbune utilising the slipstream and tucked right up behind this McLaren. He is getting that extra pace due to the slipstream from the McLaren. Is he going to dive on down the inside? No, he's going to sit behind for the time being. Kyle, of course, has that 5-10 penalty, and Kyle runs wide. Kyle Davis wide, heading in towards Indianapolis. Here we go into Arnage. Bune goes to the outside. Davis on the inside, runs a defensive line. Does have that 5-10 penalty though, so I don't know why these two would trip over each other so much, but that's obviously the tactic they're going for. Davis is going to slip behind the Audi now, and Borbune will get in front. Lucas Mays comes into the pit lane. Tim was also on the medium tyre. That's also an intriguing one. I think these guys have got to go for the soft, surely, because the soft can do a full stint. There's no triple stinting or anything here like you would in real Le Mans, so they got to give it a good go on the softs. Malachy Beard is 7.5 seconds behind was once your race leader in the form of Dominic Kabinski. Hamza starting to push a little bit more on that Nissan. He's pulled the gap to 11 seconds over Miko Lockhorst, and you can see the 20 Spectra car in the pit lane. It's a great livery, that Spectra. I've got to say, it's a really, really nice piece of work. And the EI Spectrum Motorsport team, powered by Nissan, is running well in this one. Got 2 cars, 20 and 21. That's how you name a team's car. Take that, Spider GT Racing. As Borbio through the Ford chicanes. The thing with that Audi, it looks good in the straight, but it doesn't look good through the corners. It really doesn't look good through the corners. And you can see, despite making a pit stop, Bune and Davis lapped within 1/10 of a second of each other. That's kind of impressive. As here we go, coming out of the pit lane. Lucas Mays comes out of the pit lane, as does Tim Denhire, right alongside Levi Rablers. So this battle continues between the 3 Dutchmen. Denhire across the Dunlop chicane. Rablers is pushed wide. Denhire now out on top, but could get a 5/10 slowdown for that one, because he did, of course, cut the chicane. And then Levi Rablers looking for this one up the inside of Tim Denhire. Can the number 20 make the move work on the number 10 or the number 12 Valuta Racing team? Here comes Lucas Mays up the inside in towards the Virage du the Tête Rouge. Apologies, not Arn Arsh. Arn Arsh was the other ones. Tête Rouge, as Denhire now does fall behind Lucas Mays. This is great battling for 9th, though. These guys are really giving a good bit of gusto, or a battle for 8th, I should say. It's the battle for 6th as well raging on. Kyle picking up another 6/10 time penalty. Race lead, though, Ridwan Hamza has just picked up his first penalty of the day. There'll be no clean race bonus for the Australian, as the battle still rages on between Borbune and Kyle Davis. I wonder can we get a bit of an interview from someone? I wonder would anyone be down for an interview, and you can hear someone other than myself talk for a little bit. We will wait and see. Here comes Borbune up the inside of Kyle Davison. These two swapping and changing a little bit. Here comes Lucas Mays up the inside of Tim Denhire. Runs deep, however, into the second chicane, so Denhire could get the launch. Let's go on board bonnet camera here with Levi Rablers. So here goes Lucas, looking for this one. Look at this from Tim Denhire. Look at this from Tim Denhire. Really, really tucked up behind Lucas Mays, the Valuta car. Looking for this one. As I forgot Formula 1 is on, folks. If you're still watching this with Formula 1 on, I have so much respect for you. I'll try to keep you updated, if you are, of course. I'm watching both. Look at, hold on, look at this free wide moment. Free wide heading down towards Indianapolis. Look at this! Oh, look at that from Levi Rablers. He put his Mercedes in a position it not should have been in. Tim Denhire and the Lexus Rablers off onto the gravel. Great battling between these three. Fantastic battling between Tim Denhire, Lucas Mays and Levi Rablers. Fantastic. Well, we're going to get a bit of an interview now on the stream, folks. We're going to bring in the one of the drivers for our leader car. Now, this, of course, the leader car is the Bono Racing number 4. Apologies, it's not the Bono Racing number 4 anymore, is it? Because Kabinski's undercut him. And the number 4 is in second, but it's on much better tyres and better fuel. This is Marco Albertini, who we're going to hear from now. Let's bring him in to the commentary booth, if I can. Let's bring in Marco.
Yeah.
Hello, Marco.
Hello.
Apologies if I just brought you in mid-conversation. I didn't realise there was anyone else in the call. But second place for you now. Only 7/10 off the lead, arguably on the better strategy. How do you feel things are going for the team?
I feel like stuff is going the right way for us. We're in a pretty good position, and we're just aiming to finish on the podium. And in all honesty, Ridwan's doing very good, and really proud of him. Can't wait to jump in the car and maybe get us the win.
Well, of course, you're in the Nissan, which is a popular choice amongst the field. How's it like to drive? Do you enjoy driving the Nissan?
The Nissan isn't exactly like my favorite car, but it's a car simple enough to drive that in a few laps you'll get the hang of it. I did a few practice laps and I enjoyed it, so yeah, I hope to have the same feeling in my stint.
Of course. Oh, hold on one second. Thought Ridwan was actually going for the move while we were talking to you. Of course, there is the possibility of rain in the race as well. Would you like a bit of weather in your stint, or are you more than happy to just drive in the dry?
I am not particularly good in the rain, so I'm just gonna say that I prefer dry weather. Because I'm better in race conditions.
So here comes Ridwan going for the move. We'll get back to you in 1 second, Marco. Here comes Ridwan going for this one around the outside. This is a swap for the lead. It's going to be F4 Racing. The team we're interviewed side by side into Indianapolis. There goes the Nissan into the race lead. Brakes a lot later than the Mercedes in towards Indianapolis. And now Kubinski's got to try fight this one back. It is Ridwan who leads at Le Mans, a name we've often seen leading here in FVR, but Kubinski still fighting with this one, goes for the switchback and trying to get this job done. No, I think he's going to have to sit behind for the Porsche curves. The Nissan gets the job done, but Marco, of course, leading the race now. If you want to win a race such as this, a 4-hour any endurance race, how much prep does a team like yours put in? Because it's no question that F4 Racing are a phenomenal team when it comes to these Gran Turismo events. How much prep does the team put in for a race like this?
It depends how much time we got on our hands. Because we're gonna factor in the underall part, because we're not online 24/7. But we always try to put in as much preparation as we possibly can, because we want to get the absolute best result possible. I think Ridwan did a lot of good business. If we get a good result, it's because of him. He's just the GOAT.
I have to agree. He is he is a bit of a goat. Of course, your livery, designed by C1. What's your thoughts on the F4 livery? I quite like it, but I always like to hear what a driver who's driving the car thinks of it. Do you like the livery that you're running for today?
It's a very good livery. I honestly do like it. I mean, I'm biased because I drive for the team, but it's a very, very nice livery. There we don't have to say it's amazing livery and car combo. Yeah, good.
And then, of course, you're in first for now. Do you think that at this point, as we're almost at the hour mark, is the win possible for you?
Yeah. The win is definitely possible, and we're certainly aiming for that. So we'll just what was it? We're I think 1 hour is the race, right?
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, we're just gonna push for it. We're gonna try our best to secure the win, but it's not over until it's over. So, yeah.
Well, Marco, thank you very much for joining. Do appreciate you taking your time to join the interview, and best of luck with the second stint.
Yeah, man. Enjoy your day, man. See you.
Thank you. We're going to bring someone else in to hear from them. That was Marco. Big thanks to Marco for joining. Let's have a word with Nils Hartl. Nils, hello. Can you hear us? You are on mute again, just if you didn't realise. Hello, Nils. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, Nils, we can hear you now. We haven't spoke to Nils in an FVR commentary box since that infamous podium at Silverstone. But Nils, race is not going too bad so far. It is 13th, but Morris still lapping at a consistent pace. How are you and Morris finding it so far? Of course, you're new to the FVR endurance scene, certainly. How are you finding it?
The strategy is always to keep pace quite consistent for him, because he's not the quickest in a Porsche, oder Porsche, eher gesagt. But we had the problem already on the straight that we don't have too much top speed on the Mars Sun and run down to Indianapolis and so on. That's why we try to be more consistent on the lap times, try to save our tires and fuel so we can have a longer stint and also the guys on a shorter stint maybe.
So, you're called Fruit Motorsport, I think, is that correct?
Correct.
Why? What is the meaning behind Fruit Motorsport?
It's a long story actually, because it starts around...
Well, we've 3 hours, so if you want to start.
It starts around 2019 actually, because in GTA there are some fruit masks, like the pineapple that my Discord profile picture is also, and some other fruits, and we all had one of the fruit masks, and that's why we were like the fruit gang in GTA, and that's how the name originated and so on.
You designed the livery yourself, of course. Was there any inspiration behind it? Because I gotta say, I know I was giving it a bit of a slag earlier, but it is actually a quite nice livery. You did a good job.
Thanks, but actually I wanted to design a Marlboro-inspired livery at first, but it didn't work out with the bonnet of the Porsche and the roof, so I didn't quite get the livery that I wanted of it. And after less is more, so I put on some neon stripes, thought that would look good in the night, and now we have that.
Sorry, Nils, you cut out there.
I waited for a response, but I didn't get it.
No, sorry, it was my internet. Sorry, I was having a bit of an issue there. It was Morris just runs wide over the chicane. Morris actually currently in a battle now with the Spectra car. What's your goal for the race? Where would you like to finish? What would be a successful race for you guys?
P8, P9 maybe, P7.
It's not a bad goal.
In race, we are happy with it, but the pace is definitely there for a single-digit number position.
Then, of course, I asked Marco the same question. How much sort of prep goes into planning a race like this, just to get an insight from the driver? How many sort of laps have you done before this to practice?
I think Maurice did the most of us. I think he spent 3 days trying to get to grips with the car and so on. And I just sat in the car for like 10 minutes, 15 minutes, just going around the circuit trying to find my braking points and call it a day.
Then obviously you and Morris are both relatively successful in the F1 side of things. How different is a GT car to an F1 car?
You have less grip and around the corners, you have less top end speed, but the stability in the corners is much better because you have a much heavier car, better center of gravity, and that means the car is always pointing in a straight line nearly, even on turned off traction control, and so you have more opportunities to go on the throttle earlier, give the car a little like edge of the throttle, giving it a little spin, and you can race more side to side because you can like bump into each other and don't spin out immediately or get a broken front wing because Formula 1 cars are more fragile than a GT car. And you can have more wheel-to-wheel racing with it.
Nils, while you're here, if you still have another minute, I'm going to bring in one of the members for the Spectra car because we currently have you both battling on track, and I think this could be quite funny, quite frankly. So let's bring in one of the Spectra drivers now. I actually don't know which one this is because I don't know Discord users, but let's bring in one of the Spectra drivers. Hello, can you hear us? Well, we brought you in here as a member of Spectra Motorsport because you and the man who's alongside me are the second drivers for Spectra Motorsport. Now, I know it is it's not you in this Spectra car, you are in the one alongside. Oh no, hold on, I think I've got this completely wrong. You in the 20 or the 21? Oh no, I've got this very wrong, haven't I? Yeah, you in the 20 or the 21? Yeah, apologies, I've got this very, very wrong. But it is Dylan who's in the other one, currently battling with Nils. How do we think this is going to go, lads? Who's going to win this battle?
I think at the minute, probably us, because I think we just have the consistency on our side, and I think we put also, I'd say, put a little more effort when it comes to the strategies, looking to adapt to the car quicker, and I think it should be a good battle, but I think we'll come out.
Nils, any response to now? Do you fight the corner for Fruit Motorsport?
Yeah, I think our experience from F1 and so on translates quite good to the race right now because our time management is much better than yours, but we will see who's on top of at the end of the game.
As here we go, they're actually going side by side now. Here comes Dylan going for the move on Morris. He's got the job done. So Spectra wins this one despite the F1 experience, to quote Nils, from Morris. Noah, how are you finding things so far? How is Lucas getting on?
I think he's going alright, keeping the consistency, and it's all laughs in the team chat. So at the end of the day, I think if we just keep our mentalities high, don't get too sweaty, always laughing and joking, I think good results will come.
As here comes Morris looking for this one around the outside of Dylan again, trying to get the switch back heading in towards Tetra Rouge. We'll get back to the lads in a moment, but they're going side by side out on track now. This is a great little battle for 12th and 13th. Noah, what's a successful race for Spectra? What positions are you looking for?
I'd say a podium. A podium would get us good because well, it's sort of at the end of the day, we're here sort of our team A is here to sort of present a message of age doesn't stop you racing. I think one thing that Gran doesn't portray well is letting people under the age of 16 do well in these sort of leagues, but as I'm 15 and Luke is just about 17, a lot of the young guys have opportunities. So I think at the aim, that is what we need to spread our message, and I think the podium would help us do that.
I like that. That's a really good approach. I like hearing stuff like that. I wish you the best of success. Here comes Morris into the slipstream of the Spectra car. Though these two don't know what we're talking about, but they certainly know that they want to beat the other. Morris looking for the move on Dylan, heading in towards the chicane. They're side by side now, and breaking forward the second chicane. Let's see who's last of the late breakers. It's the Spectra car on top again. Nils, a message needs to be said on Morris. Brake a little bit later.
Morris has the advantage because he hasn't got a time penalty on his side.
Whoa, we're getting a little bit personal here. This is no, it's all for fun at the end of the day, really. But here we go in towards Mulsanne corner. Can the Porsche get the run on the inside of the Nissan? Dylan looking for this one, and no, Dylan comes out on top again. But of course, as Neil said, does have that 5/10 penalty. Just while you're here, lads, is there anything else you'd like to say while on the broadcast?
That I hate Ocon because he crashed out Alonso in the sprint.
Yeah, I did see that. It's quite difficult to give him an F1 and run this, but If you're watching, folks, and you did want an F1 update, I did say I'd do them, didn't I? Alonso and Ocon crashed at the start of the sprint, or the end of the sprint quali 1, I think it's called. Yeah, so if you want to go check that out. But no, so I take it you're a bit of an Alonso fan then.
Absolutely.
And Alonso, of course, won Le Mans a few times, so maybe a bit of luck.
We don't. We are not with the pace at that. But yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're just an Alonso fan, not fanatic about
Yeah.
Alonso. Dylan's picked up another 5/10 slowdown, actually, and he's going to hit the slowdown now. And Nils, just as we're ending this interview, Morris finally gets ahead in the battle for 12th. He's 27 seconds behind Kevin, but he's going to get that. He's going to get that claw in, I suppose you could say, underway.
Yeah. Hope
Right,
so.
shoot, I want to say good luck to Fruity Motorsport, and then before I go, just remember you are fighting on PT.
This was a brilliant idea. I'm glad I did this.
I hope you spin out of the lead. I hope you spin out of the lead.
I hope you get a drink and spill it.
No, good luck. Have fun.
Yeah, good luck, guys.
Thank you very much, Nils and Noah. We might hear from you before the end, but thank you very much for that. That was Nils Hartl of Fruit Motorsport, and that was Noah. Oh God, I can't think of saying it. That was Noah Osbaldon. I've butchered that. I've completely butchered that name. It was Noah for the EIA Spectre team. Battle for second though, Kabinski versus Malachy Beard, and that is Kabinski up the inside, has a 2-second slowdown though. How has he picked up 2 seconds by the Mulsanne chicanes? But he has a 2-second slowdown. Malachy has a 0.5, so this could become a free car battle as quick as you know, because there is Miko Lockhorst who is clawing in the background, who could make this a free car battle. But it is just over the hour mark. We're going to show you a little bit of a commercial, and then we'll run you through your hourly rundown. Stick around. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line, out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Welcome back, of course, to Le Mans. You barely missed a moment. We'll go to our hourly update in a moment, but it is Malachy Beard who now leads ahead of Dominic Kabinski for second position. But race started, of course, at about 20 past 1ish, and it was Ridwan Hamza who started on pole for F4 Bonner Racing. Took pole by less than a tenth over Dominic Kabinski, who is now currently in third. Dominic ran alongside Ridwan, however, was reported for bump drafting, so there may be a 10-second penalty in store for the 955 McLaren. Then, as we got into the race, there was a thrilling battle between Lucas Mace, Levi Rablers, and Tim Den Heyer for 8th spot. Kyle Davison and Borbune providing a brilliant battle as well. There was trouble at the race start, unfortunately, for one of our McLarens. It was the 13 McLaren 650S of Spider GT Racing, identical to the one of Kyle's other than the racing number. Unfortunately did not make the start and was our first non-starter. Now I say non-starter, that 13 car, that can still do the second stint. They will be behind. They will be 30 seconds minus to the last place car, which is of course the Jurg Motorsports, but they still can do it, so it's to encourage, of course, teams to continue. But as we head into the second hour of stint number 1, we're over halfway through. We have some drivers completing their second pit stops. They're going to very much struggle to get to the end on one more, but teams like F4 Bono, or I keep saying F4 Bono Racing, it's just F4 Racing now, they rebranded. Teams like F4 Racing are certainly going to make it to the end with one more position. But it is Hamza who leads for F4 Racing number 4, ahead of the number 95 Spider GT car of Malachy Beard, and then that'll be Yannick Vepetine who comes into that one after. Then it's Miko Lockhorst in third, then it is Dominic Kabinski in fourth for the 955 Mercedes of Nexus Racing, powered by Jono Designs. Then it is the 24, it is the Vollard Racing Lamborghini Huracan, the purple machine, running well. Then it is, of course, Lucas Mays for EIA Spectre Motorsport. We just heard from Noah a little bit time ago. Then it's Tim Denhire, who is moving up the spots for the Voluta racing team, not to be confused with the Volart car, of course. Then it is Levi Rablers of Invictus Racing, that's the 216 Mercedes. Then it is, of course, Morris Stumer of Fruit Motorsport, and then it is Dylan Vastenberg, that's it, in 12th spot for EIA Spectra, the second car. Then it is Kieran Kevern in the 954 Mercedes, and then unfortunately already going a lap down, it is Andrew Davis of Jurg Motorsport in the Hyundai Genesis. Not a good advertisement for Hyundai, but 1 hour and 7 minutes down here in the 4 hours of Le Mans. If you're enjoying the action so far, make sure to pop a subscription to the Formula Virtual Racing YouTube channel. Genuinely, lads, I can't believe how many of you have stayed with us even while Formula 1 is on. I was a bit worried about running this through the F1, but we had to do it at some point. We would have clashed with the sprint, but greatly appreciate your support. Malachy Beard under pressure from Mika Lockhorst, the Bing Chilling car, looking to get up to second place. And I gotta say, we could be in for a really interesting second stint here, because Ricky, very good driver, going in Bing Chilling. Marco Albertini, very good driver, going into the F4 car. We have Yannick going into the Spider GT car, and then of course we have Dan Ashby going into the Mercedes 954. We have not seen Dan race yet in the Formula Virtual Race, so we don't know what his pace is like. It could be an exceptional talent, but yeah, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. Oh, look at me receiving a friend request. I'll accept that in a moment. But if you are watching F1 and you want your update, I don't think SQ2 has actually started yet. But yeah, we will wait and see. Are you interested into what Le Mans looks like? Well, let's go with an onboard hot lap from... Oh no, hold on, let's not. Nils has a question, very important one. How's it going to work with the gaps when we switch to the second stint? They'll be calculated, and basically the two total race times will be added together. Or sorry, the gaps between the drivers they'll be added together, as such you'll get a delta. Can I be brutally honest, Nils? I don't really know how it works, but Ridwan, who we're looking at now, does it, and he's exceptional at it, and it's worked every time. But basically how it works is the gaps will be added together. Your total time will be added together, and yeah, that's pretty much it. That's it pretty much. As we'll see how it works. But Kabinski into the pit lane. He's gonna look to go to the end from here, but that's gonna be a bit of a stretch. He's not really saving fuel, is he? It's gonna be a tough stretch actually for Kabinski. But let's take a look at his pit stop. It's an agonisingly long pit stop for Dominic Kabinski. He's gone full fuel, comes out of the pit lane in 8th spot, about 7 seconds adrift of Tim Denhire, I want to say. No, 6.4 adrift of Tim Denhire. Yeah, very, very slow pit stop for Dominic Kabinski, and he's a lot of work to do, quite frankly, if he wants to get the win here in the stint. Obviously the race won't be won yet, but you can certainly lose it in the first stint. That is without question. You can certainly lose the race in the first stint. But No, folks, the stream has not ended. I just clicked the wrong button, unfortunately. The stream has not ended. We're still live. Apologies, folks. Really do apologise for that. But is there any battles going on in the field? Someone did join the lobby, but I didn't see who it was. But it doesn't matter. They can't get in the race. Ricky will be hosting the second lobby, by the way, if you are a driver watching it. But don't worry, I'll still be joining it instantly, so you can join through my profile. Let's head back to commentator corner then, shall we? And you'll know exactly why I'm doing this as soon as you see. It's gonna come up probably as me completely muffled. Although my face camera does not seem to be working for some reason, which is it's mildly concerning why it doesn't seem to be working. Hold on, let's see. Can we fix it for commentators corner? I'd like it to be fixed. Ah, there we go. Commentator's Corner back. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Commentator's Corner. You may notice I'm wearing official Formula Virtual Racing merch, which you can buy from what show is on? There it is. From Simulus Clothing, of course. Make sure you do check out the latest FVR apparel available. We have phone cases as well, of course. Make sure you do check that out from Simulus Clothing. It's really good quality actually, and exceptionally quickly. But yeah, this is Commentator's Corner, as you can see. Facecam doesn't want to work. No, it really doesn't want to work. But just quick look at the lap times actually here. Miko Lockhorst lapping quite similar to Ridwan Hamza. Let's see what Miko Lockhorst's lap is here. It's gonna be a 3:58.6. That's a new PB. So Miko has just taken a second out of Ridwan. Here comes Maliki Beard into the pit lane. But yeah, while we're looking at the pit lane, remember you can get your official FVR apparel from Simulus Clothing. You can see the FVR logo is on the back somewhere, but you know, I kind of got to stay in my seat, don't I? Yeah, so make sure you get it. We'll be back in Commentator's Corner in a few minutes, but it's really cold, so I'm going to put my hoodie back on. But yeah, it's Commentator's Corner for you, ladies and gentlemen. Maliki Beard into the pit lane, however, for the Spider GT team. This is the number 95, the Ferrari. Really nice livery, designed by Callum Birch, who'll be in the other 96 car for the second stint. But really nice Ferrari. Oh, that has Spider-Man on it. It has Spider-Man on it. I didn't even notice that. You can see Spider-Man. I'm pointing at my screen like you can see. Maybe we need to go back to Commentator's Corner. But let's see where Maliki comes out. So Maliki Beard comes out in 6th position, 2.4 seconds ahead of Dominic Kabinski. That's rather intriguing. As Tim Denhire currently running in 5th. Tim is going to be doing the full race for Voluta Racing Team, which 4 hours is mighty impressive. It's not as impressive, however, as Pierre Levay's attempt at Le Mans in 1952. He drove for a record time of 22 hours and 50 minutes. He led the race after 22 hours and 50 minutes, driving the full thing, and then his car broke down, which is a travesty and awful unfortunate for young Pierre Levay. But it wasn't even the worst Le Mans he had. Unfortunately, he was involved in that horrible incident in 1955 where there was 83 spectators killed as well, and that is actually still the reason why motorsport is still currently banned in Switzerland. So awful unfortunate there. But Pierre Levay, a bit of a cult hero at Le Mans. And yeah, if you ever want to bring up a random fun fact, there you go. Pierre Levay, 22 hours 50 minutes at Le Mans. That is Spider-Man, Mills. Yes, that is Spider-Man. So here comes Lucas Mays going for this one. Mays going for 3rd spot and a podium at Le Mans. Lucas Mays up the inside, gets the job done on Kyle Davison. Great move that from Lucas Mays. He is up, and that is job done pretty much. But let's ride on board with Kyle Davison as he is chasing down Lucas Mays. In terms of the incidents that have been reported, of course, as well, we only have the one. That was Noah reporting Dominic Kabinski for bump drafting. That was just the one there for him. He's not been reported other than that. As it was great to hear from Noah and from Nils. And they're a little bit of beef. That was it killed a few minutes. We are 1 hour and 17 minutes into Le Mans. Hi, Kyle. I saw you waving there, friend. Hello. We are 1 hour and 20 minutes in, or 18 minutes, I should say, into the 4 hours of Le Mans. If you're enjoying the action so far, please do let me know. Please do let me know. Yeah, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel as well if you're enjoying the action. See a Q&A question gone up. It says, what is the best livery of the race? I want to hear your answers. What is the best livery in this race? We love all our livery designers, and I would love to hear your answers. I know it says a Q&A thing, but if you just want to put it in the live stream chat, it's fine. Best livery is Ridwan or Tim's. So it is, of course, the F4 Bonner Racing is Miko catching. He was, but he isn't for now. Avesta also saying Tim has a good one. This is, of course, the Valuta Racing team. It has Loch Ness in the back. That's because Lewis McWilliam was supposed to be in that car, our 3-time Formula Virtual Racing World Drivers Champion. But Tim Denhire, yeah, nice livery, very nice livery. In terms of Triple Crown, we only have one man who has won a Triple Crown race. This, we only have one man, apologies, who's won a Triple Crown race in the race. That is going to be the man who's currently running last, unfortunately. Not Andrew Davis, it's going to be his teammate Jonathan Jurgensmeyer who'll be in that car. He's actually the only man on the grid who has won a Triple Crown race. An update in the undercut, we're saying, from Malachi Beard and Dominic Kubinski. Kubinski picking up a 5/10 through Tête de Rouge, but I gotta say, this undercut is working for Malachi Beard. He's a minute and 24 off the race lead. I don't think he's gonna get in the race lead because Ridwan has upped the ante and is starting to push. I think he realises that getting to the end of this race on one more pit stop is certainly possible. Kyle pits off, or comes out of the pits, on a set of mediums. Why have you done that, Kyle? I'm not too sure, but he comes out behind Bourbieu. That battle will rage on for another little while. And can I just say, we have 13 cars within 3 minutes and 14 seconds. That's not bad at all for a Le Mans race. That's not bad at all. But it is Hamza leading from Miko Lockhorst. 13.7 is the gap. That's 109 to Tim Denhire. Malachi Beers. I'm unsure about this Ferrari, or whether it's going to be in the lead of this race come the pit window for the top 2, or top 3, of course. Because Malachi has he's already made his pit stop. Has he made his final pit stop of the day? That's what I'm unsure about. I think maybe he has, but again, I am unsure. But we are an hour and 20 into this race, and we've only done 20 laps. We are an hour and 20 minutes into this race, and we've only done 20 laps. That is the beauty of Le Mans. It is, of course, the Nissan that is leading, but it was their rivals Mazda that had the only rotary engine to win. That was in 1991, was the Mazda 787B. Yes, it was the orange and green one. That sounded absolutely beautiful. But this 3.626 kilometer track, 13.6, not 3. It is It is proving difficult for some of these drivers, but we've not really had a major crash yet in this Grand Prix. We'll be back in a couple of seconds, you can count. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line, out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Welcome back to live footage of Le Mans, folks. I forgot how long that live video actually was. It did not need that long a break, but welcome back to live footage of Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. We are an hour and 25 in. We have a half an hour to go, 35 minutes to go in stint number 1. It's Ridwan Hamza who still leads. Of course, we just put a poll up in the chat. Make sure to vote for who you think is going to win this race. I was going to put Fruit Motorsport in it just to be funny, but things are getting interesting. We have rain. Rain is forecasted for the Circuit de la Sarre for the end of this stint. This is going to get exciting. This is going to get very exciting. We have rain forecasted for the Circuit de la Sarre. That's really interesting. We've had 3 votes in the poll, and it's for 3 different teams. Hamza into the pit lane. He's going to run out of fuel. This could be a horrid time stop if we're going to get rain for Ridwan Hamza. But let's see. Into the pit lane comes the F4 racing machine. Avesta saying he's in uni watching Le Mans and Bahrain. It's Saturday, Avesta. But also, you're not watching Formula 1. No, I understand. Endurance racing clears. Let's see. Into the pit lane come these two. When is the rain going to hit? Unfortunately, I don't have any radars or anything. It is simply the drivers that have them. But see this little meter on the bottom left? Again, look at the on-screen. See this one moving? See down here, this little meter that it's just over. You can see it there. That's the rain meter. That is the rain meter. So when that is the track wetness meter, pretty much. I would presume Ridwan's going to fuel the full tank. Let's wait and see. As Avesta is... Not Avesta, Ridwan. Lost my train of thought. Ridwan's in the pit lane. It is already over the track. Let's have a look then. What sectors is suffering from rain? Kyle Davison is behind Bor Bune. It seems like this undercut attempt may not work as Ridwan comes out of the pit lane. Ridwan has stayed on the slick compound of tyres. So if the rain does get heavier, he may have to pit for a set of wets. The only thing is he wouldn't have to refuel. It would simply be a tyre change. Yeah, sorry, Vesta. It's been a long morning. But there's no water on the track on any parts where the cars are. There's a blue flag there, actually, for Andrew Davis. That's the big chilling car that's overtaking. And that was Mika Lockhorst in the pit lane as well. So Malachy Beard is 7.2 seconds behind Miko Lockhorst. Kabinski, 9.1 behind Malachy Beard. Pistilli 5.5 behind Dominic Kabinski, and then it's 45 back to Lucas Mays. But it's a slight drizzle, according to Nils Hartl. Information provided by Fruit Motorsport. Thank you very much, Nils. Appreciate that. But let's wait and see. It's looking really dull. Let's go on board with Dominic Kabinski. Can we see the weather? Not necessarily. Oh, this is exciting. This is what Le Mans is all about. It's the unpredictabilities that it brings. But it's not unpredictable because the rain is already drifting away from the track. I would just love some rain in this race. I think some rain would really spice this up because rain separates the men from the boys at Le Mans, and I think it would make this a thoroughly interesting race. But we are, of course, racing with duos here at Le Mans because it's 4 hours, so it's 2 hours each. But the last duo to win the 24 hours of Le Mans was Clay Ludwig and Henry Pescarola. You may know Pescarola. They had an LMP1 team for a while, back in sort of the Audi LMP1 days, or Audi, however you pronounce it, the Audi, the Porsche sort of LMP1 days. There was Pescarola, who were one of the small teams. They were kind of like the Glickenhaus back then. But Clay Ludwig and Henry Pescarola were the last duo to win Le Mans in 1984. The first trio to win then was in 1965. That was Jochen Rindt, Maston Gregory, and Endre Hukus. We've never had an endurance race for trios in FVR, so I have no statistics about that. But Maverick, hello. Hope you're keeping well, Maverick. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope you're keeping well. Yeah, I'm the idiot from the Renault and Daytona in the other high-speed motorsport events. And make sure you check out high-speed motorsport events, by the way, as they are. It's a charity event. Usually, I wouldn't promote events, but it's charity. You kind of have to promote it. But if it rains in the second stint, there's good chances that we will see a pineapple spinning. That's Nils Hartl. As Jonta says, Pescarola are reported to possibly run a Peugeot, or Peugeot, however you pronounce it, customer LMH. That's exciting. I'm actually commentating on LMH cars tomorrow in another thing. I can't wait to see them, really. LMH cars are a very intriguing one. Wait, hold on. You're driving, Jonta. You're driving. And I'll say nothing. I'll say nothing. Renault with the good pace during the finals. Yeah, that was me, boy. I kept up with Ridwan for about 3 laps. I was so proud until I realised Ridwan was doing heavy, intense fuel saving, and I was pushing on mix 1. That was that was a good race. We had fun that race. My teammates and myself in the middle of the night were playing Fortnite horror games and screaming very loudly, so much that it caused one of our drivers to crash multiple times. But yeah, back to this race, back to the serious stuff. Kyle Davis is still attacking Borby, and these two are in an intense battle, as is Kieran Kelleran. here and on much older tyres, and I think might need another fuel pit stop. Here comes Davison going with this one, side by side with Borbune, heading in towards the Porsche curves. Davison braking late on the inside. Great little battle between the Audi and the McLaren, and that is Kyle Davison, who is up and into 8th spot. That's a brilliant move from the McLaren, gets the job done into the Porsche curves, and he is now up to 8th here in this one. Spider GT having a much better attempt here at this one than they had as FPRS Racing in the Nürburgring. They got Aston Lewis to do the second stint. I remember that. It was just Aston was just there watching, and he's like, "Do you want me to drive the second stint?" And they came like 3rd or something because of it. But yeah. That's Kevin actually gone into the pit lane in the background there. So that is Giotto on the pit lane here at Le Mans. Unfortunately, the rain has kind of gone away. It doesn't seem like it's going to hit the track at any point. Ridwan Hamza has an 18-second lead. But 18 seconds is not really anything at Le Mans. It's not an awful lot. And I think Ridwan, having Kabinski so close to him for the first stint, may come back to haunt F4 Racing a little bit, depending on the trajectory of this I keep saying Grand Prix. Is it a Grand Prix? Is the class that's a Grand Prix? I don't know. It's 4 hours in Le Mans. But it may come back to haunt them, depending on how this race goes, because if Albertini makes a mistake or something, that lead is gone. Puts an awful lot of pressure on Marco Albertini. But Ridwan is on fresh tyres and on good fuel, and the Australian is going to push to his heart's content for the remainder of this stint. That is for sure. Next FVR event, a rally event, says Nils. I'd love a rally event, actually. I think a rally event could be quite cool. But I'm not too sure how we would run it, because I know there's the new EA Sports Rally game, but I don't have that, so I don't know who would organise it. But we will wait and see, as I know this has been very successful so far. Le Mans has gone well. Nürburgring was successful as a spectacle. And the race wasn't the best race of all time, but it was still intriguing. Then Indy 250 is Indy 250. I love the Indy 250. I think the Indy 250. I love IndyCar, so I love the Indy 250. And then of course we have our F1 season. A lot of uncertainties. The F1 season sign-ups will be open pretty soon. The new season is going to get underway. Maybe not next week. Maybe the week after we'll get the new season underway. Because see, this was supposed to be our first break week, but of course Interlagos was oh no, Interlagos wasn't cancelled. Or Interlagos was cancelled, but last week was not our first break week. We only mentioned the devil. We only mentioned the man who hopped in for FPRS Racing in the Nürburgring, Aston Lewis, and he's joined the stream chat. Good afternoon, Aston. Hope you keep him well. But 17 seconds now, the gap between Ridwan and Mikko Lockhorst. The Big Chilling car, which I still can't believe is the name of a team, but it is. The Big Chilling car is doing quite well here, and it's got Ricky to go, which is it's interesting, because I think Ricky could be quicker than Marco Albertini. Now that's just me scheming, but I think he could be a little bit quicker. Ricky's good. Ricky's very good around Le Mans. Ricky is very good. Ricky's just good in GT cars as a whole, so it could be an interesting one. And someone who's pleasantly... Oh, it's just as I say that, Tyler Pastilli, has he called it? I was going to say one man who's impressed me was Tyler Pastilli, but he picks up a bit of grass heading into Tête Rouge, and that could have been a lot worse than it actually was. He's only lost a handful of seconds there. He's not got damage. That could have been a lot worse for Tyler Pastilli than it actually was. The Canadian has sort of saved himself saved himself and his Lamborghini Huracan's chances. That is the Woolart Racing team, of course, the 24. It's supposed to be Santiago Araujo who's coming into that one next, but I believe he's a bit of a no-show. So I think it's going to be Tyler again. Aston saying, I'm surprised nobody asked me to reserve yet today. Well, Aston, the key word there is yet. It's yet. We will wait and see. Maverick saying it's Miko's first ever enduro race. He hasn't done anything else other than daily races and short sprint leagues since he joined us at UNEM. I gotta say, Maverick, he's doing really well. It was a bit of a shaky start for Miko Lockhorst, but he's grown into this one. And he is competing at Bing Chillingham. I thought UNEM might have had a team. I thought yourself and Miko might have done it, but Miko is doing well. He's got Rick the Bray in next. I'm not sure if Rick is quicker than Miko, but the thing is, Miko is competing against Ridwan, and Ridwan is top dog at F4 racing in terms of their GT racing. I beat Ridwan in a race once. There's a fun fact for you. Ridwan was on pad, and he had like a broken arm, but I beat Ridwan in. It was around Autodromo Lagio Maggiore. So yeah, there's a random fun fact for you. But Miko doing a great job here in his first endurance race, which we've found out thanks to Maverick. So fair play to Miko. He's running second, like in his first endurance race. A little 2-hour one is nice to start though. It's a good little introduction, because obviously the most you ever really do on Gran Turismo is 3 hours. That's sort of the most you ever really do. You don't do anything longer than that. So it's a nice little introduction to endurance racing. I presume there is some long-term plans for Miko in terms of doing other endurance events, such as 24 hours and stuff like that. So it's a nice little development race for Miko. At the end of the day, that's what most of these drivers will be using it for. I think raw pace will be almost the same, but Rick has more experience. Maybe that's where he'll make difference compared to Miko. Yeah, Rick certainly has more endurance experience compared to Miko. Rick, of course, won the 24 hours of Le Mans in HSME last year in December. He won it for Jonathan Mills Racing. We usually see the mint pinstripe, as I like to call it, here on an FVR grid. But unfortunately, John hates me, so he's not here. But that's the story of that one. Yeah, we saw Aston and Rick win for JM Moore in Le Mans last year in the other event. 3 cars into the pits on the same lap, though. So that is Malachi Beard, Dominic Kabinski, and Tyler Pistilli. Pistilli was on the mediums. Why are people going for the mediums? The softs can do the stint, and quite comfortably. I'm glad you do enjoy them, Nils. I'm glad. In terms of our poll, though, it's actually dead even between F4 Racing and Bing Chilling. Also, if you're not watching the F1 and interested in it, Lando Norris has taken pole for the F1 sprint. Aston says the Lexus still gives me PTSD. Yeah, the Renault still gives me PTSD from Daytona. The Renault still gives me PTSD from Daytona. Genuinely, I sold the car after. The Renault gives me PTSD because I drove it for a season in MRL as well, and it's a horrible car to drive. It is a disgraceful thing to drive. You have to rev 5th gear to something like 250 kilometers an hour or something like that. It's horrible. I hate it. But it almost brought me a race win at Brands Hatch until I bottled it on the fuel. But Ridwan Hamza is leading by 20.2 seconds with 20 minutes to go in the opening stint, and then we do it all again for stint 2. This is the only thing I like about Gran Turismo. I wish we had driver swaps, but I do like the fact that we get to do another race start, which means we get that bit of initial battling again, because it's still down here. Like, let's call a spade. It's still down here in the last couple of laps. But we'll run you through the order. It is Hamza for F4 Racing, then it is Miko Lockhorst for Bing Chilling, then it is Malachi Beard for the Spider GT team, then it is Dominic Kabinski for Nexus Racing Mercedes, sponsored by Giotto Designs, then it is Timton Hire for the Voluta Racing team. I believe that's a team on behalf of the Voluta Racing Series, which is another F1 league, because their scheme looks very similar. Oh, a maze goes in the air. that's lag, of course. But let's see, Lucas Mace is running in 6th. Then it is Tyler Basili in 7th after making his final pit stop. Then it's Kyle Davis in 8th for the Spider GT team. Then it is Borbune in 9th for Bune Motorsport Audi. Then it is Morris Stumer for Fruit Motorsport. He's in the 69 Porsche. Then it is Kieran Kevern for the 9.5 for Mercedes. That's the Nexus Racing. Josso Designs. Then it is Levi Rablers in the Invictus team, the 216. Levi started off really well in that 2016 Mercedes, but it's gone downhill since then. Also, I think you'll agree that that's the best livery on the grid. I definitely didn't make it in 5 minutes last night because the team didn't have a livery. Well, yeah, I think you'll agree. Then it's Dylan Vastenberg in 30. Oh, that's a livery breach. That's the number 21 car, not the number 12. That's a livery breach. And then it is Andrew Davis for the Jurg Motorsports, the number 7 in the Hyundai Genesis. Why you would pick the Hyundai Genesis to race at Le Mans is beyond me. But that's what they're in. I thought they might have even picked the Genesis, but no, they picked the Hyundai Genesis. But anywho, it is the 26th lap of proceedings at Le Mans. We've just seen Nico Lockhorst pick up a 5/10 penalty. And he is leading by... He's not leading. He's leading the battle for second by 49 seconds. Ridwan and Miko have sort of announced themselves now as the competitors. I did say before we started that I think it'll be between Hamza and Lockhorst for this stint, and then of course F4 Racing have been chilling for the entirety of the race because they are halfway through proceedings. As I'm in the Spider GT WhatsApp group, one of the drivers just asked who is online for Fortnite. I don't think Kyle Davis is going to be looking at his PlayStation again. It's been an up and down stint for this team, but Spider GT have done well. Kyle, I know you're listening. Hope you keep. Hamza leads by 22 seconds. He's pulling the gap over Miko Lockhorst in that pink Porsche. It's getting dull again over the Circuit de la Sarre, but I don't think there's going to be any rain. We only have 15 minutes left. Can everybody join for post-race interviews? The thing is, Nils, at that point, I'd have been talking straight for 4.5 hours. I'm not sure we'll do post-race interviews. Jonathan Jurgensmeyer in the stream chat. Jurg is set to go in the Jurg Motorsports car. That's how Andrew's getting on. Unfortunately, he is 2 minutes and 14 behind Dylan Vastenberg. I'll be interested to see, do we get the other Spider car back, the 13 car, because of course they didn't actually start the race. But we still might see Carlo Giuranti come into that one, because I know he's did a good bit of practice. But yeah, in terms of who's coming into what car, because we will have a bit of a break in the stream. It'll only be like 5 minutes or something, just might be set up in the next lobby, but we will have there'll be the graphic up. We won't be starting a second stream or anything, or we might, because I said that, and then the Nürburgring the entire stream died. But we won't be starting a second stream or anything. But in terms of the race leader car, of course, it's Marco Albertini who's coming into that one. Then Rick Debray is coming in the big chilling car. Then it is Yannick Verpetin who's coming in the Ferrari. Then it is Dan Ashby who's coming in for Dominic Kabinski. Then Tim Den Heyer will continue. Tim Den Heyer's doing the full thing. He'll continue in the Voluta Racing Series car. Then in terms of Lucas Mays, it'll be Noah Osbaldeston. You're apologise if I've butchered your surname. I just read it literally. Then in terms of the Vullart Lamborghini, it will be Basili continuing. Then for Kyle Davis, it will be Callum Birch who'll come in that car. Bune Motorsport, it will be Don Schaefer's who comes in for Bor Bune, but it will still be Bor Bune's name, but Don will be driving it. They're doing it on the same sim rig, so it will be Don who'll be driving that one. Then it will be Adrian Tishy who comes in for Kieran Kevern. Levi Rablers will be replaced by Don van den Winkel. Then Morris Stumer will be replaced by Nils Hartl, who we spoke to earlier. Then Dylan Vastenberg will be replaced by Matthias Zeelenberg. Then Andrew Davis, of course, will be replaced by Jonathan Jurgensmeyer. But 13 minutes to go in the opening stint here at Le Mans. Successful by all accounts, I feel here. And in terms of our poll, it's still tied between F4 Racing and Bing Chilling, 40% apiece. Sparta GT with 20%. And other, no comment for others, so there's no consideration for any of the other teams doing an absolute madness. Just look at Ridwan's lap times, by the way. Lap 24, he's done a 3 minute 58 point flat. And on lap 25, he's done a 3 minute 58.3. Then on lap 26, it's a 3 minute 58.1. That's ultra consistency compared to Miko Lockhorst, who unfortunately I think we're starting to see the lack of experience sort of play a part here for Miko Lockhorst, because you can see his lap times, they are slowly falling off. And that could be due to tyre wear, but I think some of the inconsistencies potentially in Miko are starting to be brought to the forefront. Now, that's not saying he's doing a bad job. He's doing absolutely exceptional for his first endurance race, but it's just something to note. It was the fastest lap of the race so far for the 90. Is this the 96? Yeah, the 96 Spider GT car of 95. I got it right the first time. Of Malachy Beard. 3:59.1 is the fastest time that car has produced so far in the race. Kabinski, he's had a couple of dodgy laps there. That 2 4-minute 22s. You don't want too many of them. Den Heyer actually set his PB a couple of laps ago. That was a 4:01.198. So Tim, not necessarily the quickest man on the asphalt, but he is ultra consistent, and you can see there all the laps sort of in a similar range. Then for Lucas Mays, he at the end of this one is lapping in the 4:02s. Pastilli in the 4 flats the last time round, but he is slowly catching those two cars in front. And then Kyle Davis, his last lap was a 4:05, so there was a mistake somewhere along the line. For Kyle Davis, Bune in the 4:08s, and then it was Kieran Kevern in the 4:04s. This is actually Levi Rablers into the pit lane. This is a really late pit stop for the Invictus Racing team car, organised by Colin Dulger, but he's not driving. But this is a really late pit stop. Usually, once you get to the 1 minute 40s mark, I'd say, they all try go to the end of the race, but this is a very late pit stop for the Invictus car of Levi Rablers, and surely he's not going. Yeah, I think he's just pitting for fuel. He obviously didn't feel like there was enough fuel in that car to go to the end of the race. He had to pit for fuel. He's not done a tyre change or anything. But that maybe is slightly concerning for cars like Malachy Beard, who have a lower level of fuel compared to Levi Rablers. That's what Timden Hire could be okay. Kabinski might be struggling on the fuel from that regard, but yeah, Rablers making that emergency pit stop with 10 minutes to go in his stint. That's it's very interesting. He's double stinting. It's the first double stint of the day. Double stinting is when you keep the same tyres on, same driver, and then just put fuel in. Blue flags being waved for Dylan Fastenberg. Is this the race leader coming through? No, second place car, Bing Chilling. That is Miko Lockhorst. I love how Bing Chilling is named after a John Cena quote. I just remember that, where the name actually comes from. But you can see Dylan Fastenberg. Now, the only thing is the lapping rules don't mean that you don't actually have to pull aside. It's the job of the quicker cars, it's the job of Miko Lockhorst to overtake. That's what the regulations state. But Dylan, very sportsmanlike. Andrew was the same. I think the slower cars just pulling out of the way. Fastest lap of the race was for Malachi Beard on 26. He wasn't able to better it on 27, but he's lapping much quicker than he was. His last 2 laps have both been under that 4-minute mark, which means he's extending the gap to Dominic Kabinski behind. He heads through Tertre Rouge and onto the Mulsanne Straight. And the Ferrari is it's been a good stint for Malachi Beard, hasn't it? He's really given it his all, and he's given it quite a go. Ridwan Hamza braking from Mulsanne corner. He's on what I think is going to be his penultimate lap. We're only going to hit about 60 laps over the whole course of this one because of the slow nature of these GT cars. Look at Ridwan. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Last time round. 3 minutes 57.5. That's the fastest FVR lap ever at Le Mans. Excluding that 24-hour race. We don't talk about that one. or certainly what was the name of the team? I can't remember the name of the team, but there was that website, but anyways, we don't talk about that one. Ridwan, though, has just got over the 30-second mark. That's a much healthier buffer for Marco Albertini to work with, because that means that he could make a mistake and lose the stint and still win the race. Ridwan, though, I think is going to get 2 more laps here. He's going to get 2 more laps because we have it. Oh, Ridwan Hamza, 3 minutes 57.482. That is the new benchmark for drivers to beat in terms of the fastest lap of the race. Do I think they are going to beat it? No, not a chance. What a lap from Ridwan, and the gap is now 30.5. That's minutes to go in his stint, and he's up against an endurance monster from an FVR perspective, certainly. Obviously, Maverick, if he's still watching, is probably like, who's this guy think he is? Jonathan says, do we get our lap back for stint 2? Yes, it'll be a rolling start from the grid pretty much, Jonathan. The way it'll work is it's 2 races and then the times are pretty much added together. So you're not going to be a lap down for stint 2. Well, you might be come an hour, but you won't be at the start. Ridwan going to be absolutely fine for fuel though. I think everybody at this, yeah, there's Borbune might struggle. He's the only one in the red. But the only thing is, when you're in the red, that doesn't necessarily mean you're out. It's just you're just pushing it. Ridwan is definitely a monster. Oh, I thought you were going to disagree with me, Maverick. I thought I was going to be, oh no, but we beat him. No, Ridwan's a very good driver. Ridwan is a very good driver, and we're going to hear from Ridwan. Ridwan is going to join the commentary box like he did for Spa. No, that wasn't an FVR race, but we're going to have Ridwan join the commentary box at some point. Ridwan is calculating the stint gaps, so he'll do that come the end of the race. But Ridwan is going to join us at some point, just like we had around the 50-minute mark. We had Marco Albertini, we had Nils Hartl, and we had Noah as well from Spectra Motorsport join, so we'll hopefully hear from Ridwan. We have 3 minutes left to go in this stint, and then we will be on to stint 2. We'll have a short break in between stint 1 and stint 2, but the broadcast is going to stay running. We're not going to end it, so you don't have to worry about that. You can just stay there, go fill up your popcorn bowl, make a nice cup of tea. I got one delivered into me, so you can stay put. We won't be going anywhere. I'll put a graphic up, and then we can continue with stint 2. Ridwan ran wide heading through the S's to Indianapolis and still went 0.4 of a second purple through that sector. So this is going to be, could this be a lap in the 56s? This be quicker than his pole run. Everything is just sort of working for this Australian right now. The gap is now 32.3 seconds. Here comes Hamza. Oh, he is tracking for a 36. 56. I think he did a 336 on Le Mans in a Nissan GTR. Nissan might pay him a lot of money. We're heading through Maison Blanche. And down towards the Virage Ford and the Daytona chicanes. Is this going to be a 356? This would be something else if it was. What a lap it would be if it's in the 56s. Here comes Hamza to the line. Oh, he's just missed out. 57 flat. He's just missed out on the 56 on the penultimate lap of the race. But Ridwan starts the final lap of his 2-hour stint. He'll hand over the tools to Marco Albertini. That's something I noticed about Ridwan. Doesn't like ending races. Very much enjoys starting them. He does not like to end races. He very much enjoys starting them, of course. Mika Lockhorst starts his final lap of the day as we reach the 2-hour mark. Of course, the gaps will be taken from the moment the drivers cross the start-finish line. It's going to be a little bit chaotic here, trying to figure out who's going to cross the line first, because of course there is some lapped traffic as somebody has joined the lobby. If you are a driver for the second stint and watching, it's not going to be this lobby, so you don't need to join. It will be a different lobby that Ricky's going to send up, because Ricky has well, that is a driver central. That is a Spectra Motorsport driver, actually. We have reached the 2-hour mark, however. Here comes Maliki Beard across the line. He finishes his stint 43 seconds behind Miko Lockhorst. So the only people to do a 30th lap is going to be Hamza and Lockhorst. But they will not get a 1-lap advantage. They're not going to lap the entire field. It will still be the gaps at the line. Here comes Dominic Kabinski to bring it home. Started on the front row, did lead a lap of the race. Kabinski, you are being... Oh, he ran out of fuel. He ran out of fuel on the line. He ran out of fuel on the line. Kabinski, great stint from him, though. Here comes Tim Den Hire across the line, and that's going to be a good effort there for Tim, but he'll be back for another 2 hours. As here comes Tyler Pistilli across the line now. He'll finish 6th. Then we have Lucas Mays for the 20 EIA Spectrum Motorsport car. Was that a PB? It was a PB for Mays on his last lap. Well done. Jotto's saying, I'd argue Ridwan enjoys finishing the race in stint 1. Yeah, trying to hype up these things when you know Ridwan is racing is slightly difficult. But I think this one we could have an actual showdown in stint 2. I definitely think we could have an actual showdown in stint 2. Here comes Kyle Davis to bring it home in 8th spot. This is for Spider. This is the second Spider car, unfortunately. The other McLaren did not actually start the race. Here comes Borbune then, heading through the Ford chicanes. Borg going to finish 23 seconds behind Kyle, so it's a win for Kyle in the battle with the Audi. It'll be Don Schaefers who comes in to this car. Well, I think it's Don Schaefers. It's Dan something anyways, but there goes Borbune to finish 9th. Then it will be Kieran Kevern coming through the Ford chicanes. and the Daytona chicanes in the 954 Mercedes. 10th place for Kevin, only 16 seconds behind Borbune. So it is certainly possible. Here is Andrew Davis rounding through the final couple of corners. Weaves across the line. Look, Andrew, you finished a 2-hour stint. There's nothing wrong with that, my friend. There is nothing wrong with that. Next, I think then is going to be, it's going to be Levi Rablers who comes across the line next, and then I think it's going to be Ridwan Hamza. We just have to see everyone coming across the line for the gaps. But here comes Ravlers in through the chicanes, and he'll finish 11th in stint. And then behind him, it is going to be Ridwan Hamza, who will win the stint for F4 Bono Racing. Across the line goes Hamza, and then it will be Morris Stumer in 12th. Next then to finish, I think, is it going to be Miko Lockhorst? Oh, actually, there could be some problems here for Lockhorst. Miko, is he coasting to the finish? Oh no, the race ended. Okay, the stint ended. That's unfortunate there for Lockhorst. He didn't actually get to cross the line, but there's your stint 1 winner. It is Ridwan Hamza who wins the opening stint. Poor Miko Lockhorst didn't actually get to cross the start-finish line. I feel quite bad for him. But ladies and gentlemen, that is stint 1 of the FVR 4 Hours of Le Mans. We are only 50% of the way through the race. We've got another 50%. We've got another 50% coming up now, and an excellent effort from F4 Bono Racing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back for the second stint of the FVR 24 Hours of Le Mans in a few minutes' time. Thank you very much. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line, out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Circuit de la Sarre. We are here for stint number 2 of the Formula Virtual Racing 4 Hours of Le Mans. We are here for stint number 2, and we are ready to go. Apologies for a bit of an extended delay. We just had a couple of issues with people getting into the lobby, but we are ready to go now, and we are going straight away from this point, folks, because no formation lap this time round. We round the 4 chicanes, and as soon as we reach that checkered flag, we go racing once again here in Le Mans. Great start for Marco Albertini, who gets away decently. Yannick Verpetin keeping with Rick Debray as well, down towards turn number 1. There's a bit of a gap here between Noah and Tim Den Heijer, and then Callum Birch as well on the back of Noah, but they're all single file heading in towards turn number 1. No one side by side like we saw the last time round. Of course, we were way more bunched up the last time round, as that's already a mistake for Marco Albertini. He's 5/10 of a second penalty now, a 5-second slow, or 5/10 slowdown, I should say. That's not good for Marco. Poor start. Obviously made the mistake for the Dunlop chicane. But we are back racing here in Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. Nice this car round. Oh no, that's our third place Ferrari. That is Yannick Verpetin, who has spun round, heading in towards Tête Rouge. Oh, it's our first real big spinner, a real big mistake. That car now has front and rear damage. Oh, that's horrible for the 95 Ferrari that was running so well under the hands of Macaulay Beard, who is not pronounced Macaulay, is what I found out. He was running so well under Macaulay Beard. Awful unfortunate for him. Here comes Tim Den Heijer now, battling with the Mercedes of Dan Ashby. That is Dan Ashby in the Mercedes, battling with Tim Den Heijer now. Tim, great start up to third here in this stint. But of course, remember, folks, it doesn't really matter where you finish here. It is the total finishing time that matters. So unfortunately, we'll know who the winner is, but the full race results we won't quite figure out until after the race. But Tim Den Heijer getting a good getaway here, but it is still Marco Albertini who leads, but Rick Debray will take it. Here we go, free wide. It is Pistilli, Noah, and Borbune. It is actually Borbune in that one, not Don Schaefer's. It is Borbune driving that car. He's going to do the full 4 hours, just like Pistilli and Den Heijer. That's just due to driver dropouts, and we just want to keep as many teams really in it as we can. We'd love to have all 15 cars finish the race. It was a poor start for Yannick Verpetin in the Spider, so Spider having one fatality early on in both stints. The 96 car, however, is back and is all free wide and towards Mulsanne corner. Callum Birch up the inside now of Dan Ashby. Den Heijer runs wide. There's a little bit of bumping and banging between the three of them. It's the Mercedes, the McLaren and the Lexus all battling down towards the S's doing the Annapolis for the first time here in the second of the 2 stints. We are 2 hours and 2 minutes into the race technically, but we are of course only 2 minutes here into this second stint. But Rick Debray going to take the race lead in front, but it's the drama all behind that's causing the kerfuffle down towards the S's to Indianapolis. Are they side by side? Here in front is Dan Ashby going to go for the move. No, but Den Heijer laid on the brakes in front. What about here in the background? It looks like it's going to be Noah who goes for the move on Borbune. He's got the job done there in that EIA Spectra Motorsport car. Don van der Winkel keeping in this one as well. He's in the slower of the 2 Mercedes. Nils Hartl keeping ahead of Matthias Zeelenberg. And there's a dive there from Carlo Giranti, and Adrian Tisci's round. That's Tisci round in the 954, and Jürgensmeyer almost clobbers into the side. It's the second of 2 spinners is Adrian Tisci. He's passed by Yannick Verpetin, who is back at full racing speed, and Adrian Tisci unfortunately does spin round. We're going to actually hear from one of the Spider crew. I think we're going to have Kyle in. Of course, you know who Kyle is if you're an avid FVR watcher. He is the brother of former world champion Sam Macaulay. Says, and just like that, all my hard work is done. Is rain possible? Says Aston. Yes, rain is possible. We can have rain. As here we go. Marco Albertini off in the 4 chicanes. Rick Debray leads here at Le Mans. Callum Birch now tackling this crew and looking to go for the race lead, but unfortunately he has actually just picked up a 5/10 slowdown, so awful unfortunate for Callum Birch. But what a race start for Rick Debray. This has gone perfectly, just how he pictured it. He's ahead of Marco Albertini, and Albertini is looking vulnerable. Here comes Callum Birch up the inside in the 96 McLaren, or is that the 95 McLaren? He's actually bumped sideways goes to Nissan, and that is unbelievable for Marco Albertini to keep it in a straight line. Birch causing a lot of problems as they head down to the S's at Tetra Rouge, and that is him ahead of Albertini. There was a bit of a lag spike there, I believe. Apologies for that, folks. But Marco Albertini, it was a great ending for Apollo Racing in the first stint. Had a 30-second lead, but Albertini already 2 behind. Bing Chilling Racing here, and we're only 5 minutes in to the stint. This is a great start to proceedings here at the second stint of the 4 hours of Le Mans. Wow, this is cracking stuff so far here, and I think it's going to continue for the majority of this stint. I'd love a bit of rain to throw into this as well. I think a bit of rain would really make this a spectacle, as currently this is your running order as you can see on screen. Rick Debray though leads from Callum Birch. It seems like Spider just have a car up there all the time. Of course they started well in the form of Macaulay Beard in the 95 Ferrari. This is of course the 96 McLaren, and then the 13 McLaren as well. Why did they do this? I don't know why they listed their numbers like this. It's horrible for a commentator, but nevertheless, Birch running really well. Here we go, free wide once again. This is Noah going up the inside of Pistilli and Den Heyer. Pistilli and Noah still side by side. Tyler Pistilli looking to get the job done. He's got the job done. Den Heyer going for the long route round the outside. That's going to become the inside for Mulsanne corner. Borbune in this fight as well. It's Audi, Lexus, Lamborghini and Nissan all fighting here down the Mulsanne straight, looking for just every inch of space in towards Mulsanne corner. Now single file. Pistilli leads the crew, but Den Heyer in an equally purple machine behind goes for the outside, braking for Mulsanne corner. Mango up the inside as well now. That is of course Noah for the EIA Spectra car, and Den Heyer's off and into the gravel goes Tim Den Heyer in the number 12 car. Tim Den Heyer coming into trouble. There was a bit of a shove there. We may send that one to the stewards. Bit of a shove there for Tim Den Heyer, and off onto the gravel at Mulsanne corner. He has lost 3 seconds now and is behind Borbune by 3 seconds, but I think he's going to catch that up pretty quickly at the rate these three are fighting, because Pistilli and Noah are still scrapping here, heading in towards the S's do Indianapolis. That is of course Noah Asbal Estian, and Pistilli off. Pistilli into the wall, goes to Lamborghini. He's avoided damage somehow, but trouble for the 24 Lamborghini. The Lamborghini Huracan, of course, that is Vollard Racing Team, now battling with Voluta Racing Team. Both purple cars side by side heading up towards the Porsche curves. Dan Vondenwinkel with a penalty in the background. You can see him serving. That allows Carlo Duranti to take the place, but Pistilli going to look for this one into the Porsche curves. Can he try get the job done? Now side by side with the Lexus, heading into the trickier part of the circuit here at the Circuit della Sada. The Lamborghini's going to have to go the long way around the outside if he wants to get it done in the Porsche curves. Goes right to the white line, but Tim Den Heyer holds firm, and that is going to be Tyler Pistilli who stays behind in 8th position. What a cracking start to the stint this has been. This is brilliant racing. Debray leads by 1.8 seconds, but this top three are very, very close. Albertini seems to have picked up the pieces a little bit here. He seems to have found a little bit of a flow. Kyle is in the commentary box. I didn't even realise you were here. Hi, Kyle.
Hi. No, I just joined. Don't worry.
I forgot you have commentator roles, but I didn't have to bring you in. Kyle, great start to the stint for your teammate.
Well,
he is up to second.
It is a great start, but we have lost a lot of positions with the other cars. Carlo currently in P9. I'm following everything on my screens as well. And Yannick in 15. Yeah. We went down quite a lot actually, now that I think of it. Which is unfortunate, because we had a great first stint for the Ferrari team. My stint didn't go as well. I had issues with talent and strategy. And then we have Ben, of course, disconnecting as well, so it's a bit rocky, but it's okay right now.
Yeah, of course, I do take it, you know, that Yannick had a spin round on the opening lap. That's why he is back down the grid.
He had an incident actually. He was pushed off the track onto a curb and then flew into the wall. by, I believe it was Tim Van Hire, but I'm not certain yet. We had some incidents. Yannick was pushed off indeed, but right now he seems to be getting back up to speed, really.
Yeah, and of course, you were in that 96 McLaren that currently runs second in the hands of Callum Birch. What's your goals for finishing this one? Obviously, it was a decent first stint from you. Maybe, I know you set very high goals for yourself, but a decent first stint nonetheless. Where do you think Callum can bring it home for the Spider team?
I think he can bring it down in first, honestly. He's been amazing on the pace, way better than me.
Overall, Kyle?
Well, he's just really good right now. He's in form. He's won yesterday in a Nürburgring race as well. And Rigden Bray has a penalty, I see now, so let's get it. I mean, I think P1 is definitely the option for him, and that would put us like somewhere.
Isn't P1 in the stint or P1 overall?
Oh, P1 in the stint. No, we're not going to finish P1 overall because Ridman.
I was going to say you're 164 seconds behind.
Yeah.
P1 overall.
He flew. Ridman Hansa, you got to check him out. This technical delegation is to check his car, I think. Because I swear I saw
floor or whatever it was.
Flat.
He did, yeah, and he was actually tracking for a 56.9, but he lost a bit of time in the Ford chicanes.
Yeah, I was
And that's actually, speaking of which, that's actually Callum gone purple there through Mulsanne Corner. It's a 4-minute flat is the quickest time here in this stint. There could be a bit of a battle here. They both have 5/10 slowdowns, which means they're both going to fall into the hands of Marco Albertini. But here comes Callum Birch going for this one, heading in towards Indianapolis. He's ahead. The McLaren leads here at Le Mans.
Boom, and that's how it's done. See, I would have done that, but I couldn't.
You were just giving everyone a chance, Kyle, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. I knew Callum was going to do this, so I figured, you know what, I'm slowing down 4 seconds off the pace. Then we got it. Don't worry. I'm actually in direct communication with the team right now. If you want, you can ask Callum a question.
As Callum actually loses his race lead to Rick Debray. I'm not too sure how he's done that because Rick had the same penalty, but it's now Rick in the lead once again. It's Callum, then it is Marco Albertini, and they're 3.5 seconds ahead of Noah, Dan Ashby, and Bor Bjorn.
Well,
Kyle, how are you in direct communication with Callum at this point?
I have earbuds in for you for the interview, and I have a headset on my head with the party communication because we've been.
That's quite smart, you know. That is quite smart.
Yeah, and we have I have 2 screens as well, so I'm following every driver that's driving right now. Around the track, I can see all the moves being done. I can hear you scream, and then 20 seconds later it happens. That's the only unfortunate part because it's a bit of a spoiler, but still fun to watch. I mean, if you want, I can ask any of the drivers some questions right now.
No, I'm going to let them drive for the time being. I have 2 screens, but I'm currently watching Ridwan calculate all the gaps. It's quite satisfying, actually. He's very good at it. But Callum Birch, fastest lap of the Grand Prix. He goes first man, actually, into the 3 minutes here in this stint. There was a lot more who did it on that attempt, but Callum was the quickest. 3:59.2. Kyle, any insights on strategy? What will these guys be looking for this stint?
The best strategy here, I believe it was 8 to 9 laps as... Okay, that was a bit of a weird move there. The best strategy, 8 to 9, 7 laps on the softs, and then just run it out, fuel it up, 3 stops. That was the strategy of Macaulay or Malaki.
Shut up.
And he actually he requested you to call him Big Mac from now on because obviously we've been laughing at him for 2 hours straight. Anyway.
Oh, sorry, Kyle, to jump over, but you might like this news. Callum Birch leads once again in Le Mans, overtakes Rick Debray on the Mulsanne straight, and now the McLaren leads.
That's just perfect, and that is what we're aiming for. Anyway, best strategy 7, 8, 9. You bid for the softs. I tried doing a medium stint. You saw it. You yelled at me for going on the mediums. And you were right. The mediums suck.
Yeah, you're doing a 3-stop. You don't need the mediums.
Yeah, I was trying for a 2-stop, but then we realized that, well, fuel-wise it's possible, but I had 0.1 on the line, and it was hard to keep pushing while also not losing as much time because of the fuel saving, of course. So I was actually in Borbjorn's slipstream for basically the whole race in fuel mode 6, and it worked, but It's not worth it strategy-wise. I've lost basically a whole minute in the end. So it's a 3-stop softs and then pit 7th, 8th, 9. But I have seen there's loads of different manufacturers around here, and I see different driving styles all the time. Well, in my stint it was back Ace, and I think it's going to be in this stint too. And the fuel consumption is different too, so it's all to play for, really.
It is. We were reminiscing with Maverick in the stream chat about a certain Daytona race, which of course Spider took part in. What is there anything similar about Le Mans and Daytona as endurance tracks?
Well, there is this part of where you know, there's a long part where you just full throttle. Like, both tracks are quite straight, even though obviously Daytona is kind of an oval, but you get what I mean. The full throttle parts are really long here, and the fuel consumption is quite high. So fuel plays a big role onto these tracks compared to other tracks where you have loads of corners and stuff where you can not have a slipstream. These tracks really are deal breakers with the slipstream and the fuel consumption. If you fall out with the slipstream in Daytona, you can basically forget the race. If you do it here, you can forget the fuel consumption. So I guess that's the similarity between the two. We're traumatized by both tracks, really, so there's quite some similarities anyway. But yeah, slipstreaming, I think that's the biggest thing here. The long straights, if you can get in the slipstream, fuel save a bit, brings you quite far up the order. As I see Wavesy pulling a gap. It's just
He has. Callum Birch is on fire here. 1.2 seconds the gap between Callum and Marco Albertini. The McLaren looks an alright car to drive. Obviously I've driven it, but not around Le Mans. How'd you find it? Was it one of the nicer cars you've driven on the game?
Oh, it is. The only thing we do experience is in the end of the corner, I believe it's called. The fast right-hander where you enter at full speed. If you brake a bit early, you will find your cars pointing to the east or the west instead of to where the corner is going, which is really scary. It happened often. Other than that, the car is really fast on the straights and it handles quite nice. Actually better than the Porsche, I think, because the Porsche is, for me, unstable on the braking, but that might be me. This car is really stable and fast on the straights, which we were looking for, of course, with such a straight track. Yeah, it's an amazing car, really. We actually thought the Ferrari would suck at this track. Obviously, Malaki made it work, but yeah, McLaren on top, really.
Well, saying that, there's only one Porsche that is actually ahead of any McLaren. That's of course Debray, who is he's still behind Birch. We saw there on the stream there was a bit of a moment. Dan Ashby actually nudging Borbune across the Dunlop chicane as Borbune just picks up a 5.10 penalty. Pastilli lurking in the background there as well. Then it is Carlo Giranti running in 8th. Of course, Ben Goff was supposed to be alongside Carlo, but he didn't actually start the race. Is the 13th car just there for learning experiences, Kyle, or are they still trying to achieve something in this?
Who's the 13th car? Oh, that's Yannick, right?
Carlo. See, even the team owner doesn't know the numbers, folks. This is what I've been preaching for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, good point. Carlo is in here for learning experience. Yes, we've got HSME coming up. Carlo is in the hypercar, so he will learn basically nothing, but he will learn how the track works, which is also a nice experience. And of course, it's still fun to drive, even when you've basically given up already. I mean, the towels in the ring, we've lost everything. I'm still blaming Jakob for choosing number 13 and getting us the disconnect, but...
Why didn't you choose 93 or 96?
Yeah, I was actually...
No, sorry, you did choose 96. 94 and 97. 94 and 97.
I'll do that next time, okay?
Yeah, thank you. Greatly appreciate that. My life has been painful the last 2 hours because of it.
Oh, my life too, man. We had that disconnect because now he's basically in there for a learning experience and he's giving Yannick a teaching on how to drive at this point. So Yannick's in P14, which is... yeah.
Oh, look at this move from Pastilli. Trying it round the outside of Dan Ashby in towards Mulsanne corner. No joy there. Kyle. Liveries. We usually discuss this whenever you join me for an endurance race. Other than Spider, what livery takes your fancy?
Ooh, that's a hard question. I mean, obviously I'm a Spider first, so Spider on top. That's first of all. But I think someone who always delivers with liveries is the Johto Designs Nexus racing cars. They amazing designs. I don't know how they do it, but actually I'm gonna go for a different car. I'm gonna go for the Bing Chilling Racing. Is it actually called Bing Chilling Racing?
It is
Oh my
actually
God.
called Big Chilling
All
Racing.
right,
Oh,
well-
swap for the lead here. Albertini ahead of Birch, who had a penalty. Also, fun fact, that is also designed by the person who designed the Nexus cars.
He's an amazing designer. He's a
That is Giotto himself. That is Giotto Designs. And he was in Stint 1 as well, driving. So he's a man of many talents.
Ooh.
I do also believe he's slightly hungover, so fair play to him.
Well, that's even more respectable then. I mean, if Callum dies, he can hit me up and then we have a new designer. Just let me know if you can hear this, Johto.
I think he could be watching. Yeah, no, Giotto's impeccable. Incredible, that's the word I'm looking for. I've spoke too much today. But, Kyle, we are 19 minutes into the first stint here. Of course, you've been with us for the last few minutes. Callum, still 6/10 off of Marco. This is going quite well for you, isn't it?
Yeah, he's actually, can you repeat that? Because Callum was just swearing in my ears. Because he's been handed a penalty. Oh, he has been a penalty, so he was swearing. Can you just repeat that?
He's been handed another 5/10 through the 4 chicanes as well.
Oh, that's great.
So
That's amazing.
So obviously you have an insight to Callum over the team radio. How is he finding this? Is he frustrated with it?
Sorry, what's your question?
Was Callum cursing again?
Oh yeah, he is. He is still.
My question was
ask him
actually
when
how
he's
was Callum
quickly.
finding it, but I think that kind of answers it.
Yeah, he's not that appreciative of the track limits. The party's really silent right now. I think no one's wanting to speak. Of course, if there's anyone in the chat who wants to ask our team questions, you can definitely hit us up
Yeah,
in the
probably
chat.
isn't.
But yeah, that probably isn't. Oh, he's hit another penalty.
Here we
Oh,
go.
great.
Callum Birch goes to the race lead, and that is the McLaren back in the race lead. I'm surprised you didn't hear a communication there, Kyle, but Callum and Marco. Oh, actually, hold on a second. Something has happened to Bing Chilling car, because Ricky is now 4.9 seconds off the race lead, has a slowdown, and is behind Noah. So that might cheer Callum up a little bit. He's now in a 2-horse race up the front.
All right, we had some team communication there. I don't know if you guys want to know this, but we communicate quite frequently on where everyone is and what everyone's doing. Callum's feeling fine in the car right now. Same for Carlo. And we actually have a fun fact for you. Star Yannick was practicing with turbo fitted on, and he was doing 345s. So we were all like jumping around, thinking we were the fastest ever to exist.
That's the fastest GT3 lap ever at Le Mans.
Yeah, we were wondering as well if he was just not driving on the track anymore, but just flying. And apparently, he was fitting turbo and other stuff. So, well, at least we had hope. You know, that's a good thing.
Hold on, what lap did you say he was doing?
345.
Yeah, the LMGTE lap record at Le Mans is a 347.
Yeah,
He's
see,
2
we
seconds
were
quicker
fast.
than...
We were really fast, but right now you've jinxed us, basically. No, not jinxed us. Your rules have put Yannick on P14. How do you feel about that?
He had a turbo fitted on a GT car. Of course he was going to go quicker. Well, that's the trials and tribulations of Spider GT racing. But they are leading at Le Mans, despite not having a clue what they can fit to the car. But Callum is leading, and he's just gone purple. Oh, bit of defending here between Callum Birch and Marco Albertini. However, Callum does have a 5:10 penalty, but this is getting close. Albertini right close behind Birch. Birch was defending in towards Arnage, but yeah, this is intriguing, and we have 1 second to go. Kyle, anything else you want to say while you're here in the commentary box?
Well, I've just been in communication again. Wavesy is feeling quite okay. He just has the feeling that he is quicker in the corners, whereas the other guy in front, I don't know actually what his name is. Can you enlighten me on that?
It is Marco Albertini.
Oh, Marco Albertini is a really fast guy as well, and he's been pressuring him. That's what Wavesy was saying. Other than that, I'm happy we're on the podium right now, and Janneke has also passed Pineapple Bowie. They're actually in a fight now. So if you want to give him
Oh, no, sorry, no longer. Nils has spun round. So Nils is now down to last. That is the Fruit Motorsport Porsche that has spun and now has front damage, heading through Indianapolis and in towards Arnage. So that is the 69 Porsche that is down to last. Jörg has got a position, and now Yannick Veppertine is up to 13th spot here for the Ferraris. The Ferraris slowly clawing back in some time, but the only saving grace for that 95 Ferrari is that it does have a lot of time over the back markers. It has, in some cases, 100, 200 seconds over some of the cars it's fighting with, so still could be a good result here for Yannick.
Yeah, definitely. And Yannick is not a potato. I mean, he is. He has had some unlucky stuff right now, but he's doing okay. Quite consistent 404s here. So seems to be doing okay.
He is lapping quicker than the car in front. Car in front doing 405s.
Yeah, so it's still possible, and anything's possible in these races. I mean, you know it as well. There's 1 hour and 35 minutes left, so realistically,
don't
anything can
remind
still
me.
happen. I'm just here watching and enjoying everything. Yeah, it's been a great fun for me to drive here. For me to hear you say I'm lucky like 30 times. For me to
39 seemingly. Someone counted.
Amazing race.
I said it 39 times seemingly.
Yeah, I did enjoy every single time you did that. You made me. I was watching the stream. I don't know if you noticed. I mean, you did tell me to.
Oh, sorry to jump over you there, Kyle. Pastilli all out of shape in the Lamborghini Huracan. I thought that was a definite spin there, but he's caught it again. That Lamborghini seems to be awful unstable, but Pastilli catching it every time. But he's now lost 1.5 and has a 5/10 slowdown to Borbune. So that helps you out even more, Kyle, because that means Callum extends the gap to that Lamborghini even more.
See, this is what I like. Can you spin more? That's my basic question. Can you jinx him a bit more? Like I know there's.
I did jinx him actually in the last stint. I said he was doing really well, and then he hit the grass heading in towards Tête Rouge and almost totaled his Huracan.
Everyone except Spider GT is doing really well right now. They're doing really fast laps and they're staying on track well. See, I've done it now. Now that's the commentary jinx. I thank you guys for having me here.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Oh, hopefully at some point we can have you back. It's a pleasure as always. So thank you very much for joining us. And before Kyle leaves, here comes his drive. Oh, Callum all over the back of the Nissan, almost hitting him. But Albertini did not want to give up the inside. Aggressive racing between the two, bit of wheel banging heading in towards Indianapolis. Here comes Birch, hangs it around the outside. Great overtake from Callum Birch. He leads at Le Mans once again. But again, he has a 5/10 slowdown, so Albertini's going to get back in front before the Porsche curves. So, Marco Albertini, all out of shape heading through Arnage. Now, penalty being served by Callum Birch. Kyle leaving the commentary booth. Thank you very much, Kyle, as always, for joining us. Albertini leads once again, 0.6 of a second, as it is Rick Debray slowly clawing back that gap to Noah. Although I think he's made a little mistake again. I don't think Ricky is driving as well as he might like in that Porsche. Further down the order, actually let's run you through the full order. So it's Albertini, then it is Birch, then it is Noah in the EIA Spectrum Motorsport 20 car, then it is Rick Debray in the Bing Chilling 22, then it is Dan Ashby in the Mercedes, then of course it is Borbune in the Bune Motorsport Audi, and then it is Pastilli in the Voulart Racing team. Then it is Carlo Giranti in the 13 McLaren, Tim Denhyer in the Voluta Racing team Lexus. Then it is Don van der Winkel in the Invictus Racing 216 Mercedes. Then it is Adrian Tichy for the 954 Mercedes of Nexus Racing. Then it is Matthias Zielenberg, who is in the 12 car. Then it is Yannick Veppertine, who is in the 95 Ferrari for Spider GT. Then it's Jürgens Meyer, who's in the 7. That's the Jürg Motorsports. And then Nils Hartl, who is having a lot of trouble in the Porsche for Fruit Motorsport. But let me know down below if you are enjoying the action so far here in Le Mans. We have Pastilli into the pit lane once again. The Lamborghini's fuel economy is not too great actually. The Lamborghini struggles a lot with its fuel economy. Not ideal necessarily, but oh, hold on a second. What's happened to Birch? What's happened to Callum Birch? He's fallen down the order. Birch is down to third, under pressure from Debray, and now Albertini is a 3.2 second lead. I apologise for not catching it, folks. We were just going through your grid, but Callum Birch is he's down to third, and now under pressure from Rick Debray. Well, let's see what Callum Birch can do. Can he defend from Rick Debray heading down the Mulsanne Straight? He's got a lot of work to do here if he wants to try and get that win in the stint, because he's now 7 seconds behind, and so far this is going swimmingly for F4 Bono Racing. Let's head back to commentator's corner. As you can see, ugly mush once again is stuck, but now we're back to commentator's corner, and we're once again, folks, the reason we have this in the first place is to advertise this. Make sure you can get your official FVR merch live at Simulus Clothing, so make sure you do that. But here we go then, looking at the racing action. Leave the commentator's corner camera on for a second. You can actually see the racing action. Hello to everybody watching. But Debray, now 0.5 of a second off Callum Birch. He's got work to do if he wants to try and win this race, because what I was assuming, certainly, and what I think we all thought watching, was that Debray was going to put up a better showing than this, but he's got to try figure something out on the strategy. Does he have more fuel than Albertini? He doesn't. He does not have more fuel than Albertini, which may be a bit of a struggle for him. We'll head back to commentator's corner when things get boring again. And we can have a discussion. But Debray, actually, that's a PB heading into Indianapolis. We'd want saying Evan with the FVR drip. Yeah, you can get your own FVR merch. We are sponsored by a clothing company after all. So here we go. Rick Debray has overtaken Callum Birch for third spot. Bing Chilling back. It's a shame Kyle's left us, because we don't know what happened now. It's a real shame that Kyle has left us. It would have been nice to have Kyle here. Borbune has ripped up those rear left tyres. That Audi needs a pit stop. He needs a pit stop pretty soon. What tyres are the top three all on, actually? Albertini is on the softs, so is Noah. Then it is Debray and Birch on the softs, as is Bune. Okay, Den Higher go for the mediums again. Then Von der Winkel on the softs. Yeah, so they're all on the softs except for Niels Hartl and Tim Den Higher. Albertini extends the gap to 4.8. Rick Debray then 2.6 is the gap, and Birch comes into the pit lane, so he obviously cooked those tyres. And Callum Birch into the pit lane. So this is actually Borbune we're looking at in the pits. Supposed to be looking at Birch. While I was fixing something, the camera swapped. But yeah, we are not halfway through, because halfway's an hour. We're a quarter of the way through the first stint. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into the Formula Virtual Racing 4 Hours of Le Mans. We've got an hour and a half to go here at the Circuit de la Sarre. Of course, the circuit where the traditional Victory Champagne shower was created in 1967. Dan Gurney won for Ford with AJ Foyt, and he was the first driver to do this. So fabulous stuff from Dan Gurney. What a great driver! Really, really great driver is Dan Gurney. And AJ Foyt, of course, owner of AJ Foyt Racing in the NTT IndyCar series. But Birch has gone for the undercut as opposed to Albertini and Noah. The only problem is Bono are gonna, or not. I keep saying Bono race. It's what's it? It's F4 racing, not Bono racing. It's been a long 2.5 hours. It's been long. It's been 3 hours. F4 racing are gonna do a 2-stop. Dare I say, Bing Chilling do a 2-stop as well. I have a feeling that Birch is going to do a 3 because the McLaren's economy is not as good. That could well be the case. But folks, we're going to have a look at Marco Albertini. I just got to fix some technical issues on my side, but I'm not going to play that video again. We'll keep a look at Marco Albertini. I will be back in a couple of moments. Apologies folks, back now. We should be all okay, and it seems like that Mango has made his pit stop. He has. So we've had a few pit stops obviously during the hiatus, but Marco Albertini still has not, and he still leads here at Le Mans. As Vazzy's Racing saying Spectra comeback. So we have some people thinking Spectra on a bit of a comeback drive here, and I gotta say I agree. Noah with a very impressive stint so far. He is he's doing excellent. The only thing is, and it's not this Spectra car, it's the other one, they are going to be in for a 30-second time penalty come the end of this race, because they do have the incorrect livery. That is, they do have the incorrect livery. I'll see, can I find it here? Which is this one? Yes, they've the incorrect livery. They don't on this car, but it's the other one that has the incorrect livery. He had the number 12 as opposed to number 21, and now it's definitely a penalty because the two cars are running different liveries. Unfortunately, to get stunning liveries we do have to have a few livery rules, and we want this to look as professional as possible, as is always the case in Formula Virtual Racing, and yeah, it's very unfortunate, but rules are rules, I'm afraid, and it's going to be a 30-second penalty for the 21 Spectra car. And would I be correct in saying that was the higher placing one? No, sorry, no, I wouldn't. That was the Dylan Vastenberg car, wasn't it? And Matthias Zeelenberg. But 39 minutes gone all the same in this stint, and it is Albertini who leads for Bonner Racing. At this point, you feel something is going to have to go very wrong. I said Bonner Racing again. You feel something's going to have to go very wrong for Marco Albertini and F4 Racing if they want to lose this one. The number 4 could win its 4th FVR endurance race. Technically. Because technically the other Le Mans one still unfortunately has to count. Here comes Albertini into the pit lane. Let's see how this one plays out for Marco. He and the Bing Chilling car have gone the longest on their stint. And Tim Den Haar, mind you. Tim is a bit of a crafty fuel saver, isn't he? Tim doing quite well. But we will let's see. So Ricky, 1 litre less on the fuel saving, so they're fairly even on that regard. But we'll wait and see. While these are waiting in the pit lane, we're just going to go for a quick commercial break. We'll be back, folks. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line, out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. So in the pits is Debray and is Marco Albertini, and Tim Den Haar was on the medium tyres, of course, remember. He's on the medium tyres, so there's a lot of work to do for Tim Den Haar. As I would assume he's going for the mediums again. He is going for the mediums again. Here comes Birch, actually. So where has Albertini... Oh, Albertini is already through Dunlop. Albertini is putting in a hard day's work here, because he's going on to win this race as it stands. There's nobody able to stop it, really. And I gotta say, a great race as well for Dan Ashby so far. Dan Ashby performing quite well in this stint, mind you. Dan is in the 955 Mercedes. He is doing a decent job, and he's currently behind Rick Debray in that pink Porsche. Let's see, heading in towards the Mulsanne chicanes. Is he able to maybe just make that move on the pink Porsche of Rick Debray? Debray struggling, it seems, as he's coming out of the pit lane. They've got Callum Birch behind, but Callum Birch is picking up a 5/10 slowdown penalty. That's what he has picked up there. So we will wait and see. But Dan Ashby performing quite well so far here in this second stint, it has to be said. Let us know down below, of course, your thoughts on the second stint so far, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, unfortunately, we have a first official retirement. Car number 69, why can't I think of the name? The Fruit Motorsport car is retiring from the FVO 4 Hours of Le Mans due to a brake failure. That is really, really unfortunate for Nils Hartl. You can see the car is slowly grinding to a halt. Nils will pull into the pits and retire. That's a shame. I feel bad for Fruit Motorsport. They put a lot into this. But look at this great battle for third. This is Debray, this is Ashby, this is Birch. Callum Birch now leads it, heading down towards Indianapolis. They are on the curved straight here. Look at this, here comes Dan Ashby going to the outside. The Mercedes, a very quick car on a straight line. Oh, but a wheel banging between Ashby and Callum Birch. But now Rick Debray is looking to get involved in this one as well. And Debray doing a very good job of hounding that Mercedes, and now the 955 Mercedes of Dan Ashby is right on the back of Callum Birch. Birch will serve his 5/10 slowdown penalty, but Rick Debray still right on the tail. The Porsche goes to the outside, heading through the Porsche curves. Here comes Rick Debray, gets the job done on the McLaren. Now his next target is to get past Dan Ashby in that Mercedes. That is, of course, the AMG SLS 2020 Mercedes, as opposed to the 2016 one that we see the Invictus Racing team in. So great racing this, that is Dan Ashby. Up onto the podium, mind you. I gotta say, him and Dominic Kubinski have probably been the surprise of the race so far. As Morris there once again confirming that the car 69 is retiring due to a brake failure. Here he goes into the pit lane. As we can see, yellow flags, and that is Neil Tartle bringing her home into the pit lane. And we will have our first official retirement of the FVR 4 Hours Le Mans. I can't believe we've got 15 teams to almost the 3-hour mark in the race. Usually we lose 3 or 4 before the race even starts. But we're doing quite well this time around. Lap 12? Lap 12? Out of... Oh! Mango, that's Noah in the wall! That's the EIA Spectra Motorsport car! In the wall! Oh, he's gone! Oh no! We've got our second retirement. That is a commentator's curse. But it is awful unfortunate for a team that was running so well in this second stint. It is the number 20 EIA Spectra Motorsport car of Noah Osbaldeston and Lucas Mays that has retired, or, well, has left the lobby. I would assume the reason it crashed was due to a disconnect or due to desync of some form. But they're out, and they were running second in this one. That promotes Dan Ashby into second here for Nexus Racing. Of course, Nexus did technically finish third at Le Mans, or at Nürburgring, didn't they? In the form of Adrian Tishy, who got past Scott Sandever with a late race pass. I say late race pass, they were on completely different parts of the circuit, but it was due to the time. Wow, this is taking a turn for the Bucks. And that's just awful unfortunate for Noah, who was running really, really, really well. You know what I'd love about now? I'd love a bit of rain. I think this race could really be spiced up with a downpour. Although the only thing is, I don't know if rain is on. I don't know if Ricky has it on custom weather, because of course I didn't set up this. I hope it is. But yeah, that's really unfortunate for Noah, who is out of the race. And rather ironically, the two drivers we were speaking to in the interview heading into this stint have both retired from the race. They're both out. Is Nils still going round? No, he hasn't. Nils has pulled out. That's really, really unfortunate. As Noah, as Ridwan has said in the Discord, was really quick. He was really, really quick. Here comes Callum Birch, going for this one. Up the inside in towards Indianapolis. He's past Dan Ashby, is the McLaren. And he gets the job done. Callum Birch now up to second for Spider GT. The only problem here is we think Callum is doing one extra pit stop, and he's got a big deficit to make up if he is. Because he's got to make up 30 seconds or something due to that extra pit stop, which is it's unfortunate. Aston saying I can check. Oh, can I check the settings? I'm a bit of a rookie at this stuff. Oh yeah, we can check the settings. Let's just check them on stream, shall we? View event settings. No, custom weather at random. So we can get a bit of rain, we can get a bit of a downpour. Here at the Circuit de la Sarre, you are watching, of course, Formula Virtual Racing, sponsored by Similis Clothing. We are almost at the 3rd hour mark of a 4-hour race. We've got 1 hour to go. It is the usual suspects, F4 Racing, who are dominating once again. They've got over... Well, it's well over a 40-second lead at this point, isn't it? Because how far is Ricky off? They've got a 49-ish second lead, just going by my estimates, over Bing Chilling Racing. Something would have to go very wrong for the reigning FVR Endurance Champions to go wrong. And the Circuit de la Sarre. The reason I say it like Circuit de la Sarre sometimes is because I listen to Haggerty Radio Le Mans during the 24-hour race, and they say it like Circuit de la Sarre, but on the Eurosport broadcast, they just say Le Mans. So I sometimes say Circuit de la Sarre because the commentator there, I know he commentates Mazda MX-5 as well. He says Circuit de la Sarre because he's trying to put on a French accent. And I'm also a bit of an idiot, and I try to put on a French accent as well. So, there's your explanation for that, and why I say it in a funny way. But, gap is 10 seconds up the front between Marco Albertini and Callum Birch. We're at a bit of a stalemate here in this one, no real battles. But of course, this Le Mans circuit is a difficult challenge. It has 38 corners. It's a 13.626 kilometer circuit. Here's an onboard lap of what these drivers are facing each time they go around. Welcome back, folks, to Formula Virtual Racing. I just realised that hot lap is a 3 minute 52. I don't know what car that was in, but it is a GR3 car. Hey, welcome back to the Circuit de la Sarre, ladies and gentlemen. Nothing happened while I was watching that. Don't worry, I was keeping an eye. But very interesting discussion happening about track limits in the chat during the break. Nils Hartelt saying biggest challenge with the word track limits system. Biggest challenge Aston Lewis saying Le Mans track limits are horrific. Yeah, they are. It seems an easy track, says Avesta, but difficult to find time. And then Avesta almost saying GT has some work to do to be a simulator game. It still feels like an arcade game. Yeah, it is an arcade game. As much as they try not to admit that, it is an arcade game. Like, let's be real. Have you seen the state of some of those roulette ticket prices? That's my most annoying thing. Guaranteed these guys will do a 2-hour stint, come on, get like a 5-star roulette ticket. Here's an engine swap for a Fiat Punto. Something like that. That's my biggest problem. It drives me mad. Or just me being way too slow at the game. That's also a bit of a problem. Just slow, really. I don't really sim race anymore though, so that's another issue. So I am slow. What's your thoughts on the new ice track, by the way? There's some guys chilling in the waiting room. Is there? Let's bring in the Fruit Motorsport boys, Nils and Morris. Hello, Nils and Morris. How are you keeping? You're both on mute.
Not too well. No.
Nils, when we last spoke to you, you were optimistic. Unfortunately, now you're out of the race. What happened?
Well, my brake failed around the first time when I spun, I think, because I took the corner in a normal manner, like I did it all race long, or in my few laps that I did in training. And all of a sudden, I felt the car got unstable, tried to correct it, and spun on the wall. And when I spun for the second time, I thought, okay, that's strange because I took the corner as well, like I used to. All of a sudden I got round again. And then all of a sudden on the mouse sign I felt like, okay, I have less top speed as usual, and all of a sudden I see, okay, my brake pad is around 10 to 50% always on. So gave way halfway through my stint. Well, a quarter through my skin, and well, we're out now.
Really unfortunate, because we really enjoyed having you racing. How did you both find the experience? Because it is very different to Formula 1. How did you both find it?
Well, endurance races are more about trying to manage your pace, manage your tires, manage your fuel, and try to stay out of trouble more than go for position. And it's a different challenge than F1. You're always trying to push as hard as you can to get the position in front of you, or try to manage a gap behind you. And the more you have to look out for the track limits, as said in the chat all the time in the live stream, and have to manage the car as well. But you still want to perform as quickly as you can.
Is there anything you've learned then for next time? What would be an important lesson for you if we do a race like this again?
Buy better brakes. No.
Nils, will you be investing in a new set of pedals?
I need one. Probably. I think I can maybe fix them for the start of the next season, but I think I need pedals.
Speaking of the next season, will you both be participating in the next F1 season if it goes ahead?
Yeah, definitely. This time I maybe take it seriously and train for some races.
Well, is there anything else you both want to say while you're here? Nils, I know you were here earlier and asked the same question, but Morris wasn't, of course. Is there anything you want to tell the viewers?
What the FVR then we get more events like this.
Sorry, you broke up. I didn't hear you there.
He said that he wants more events like this in FVR.
Well, we'll see what I can do. If everyone wants to, donate to the league, so I don't have to work, we can do loads more events like this. So I can just sit and plan these events. Give me money. We can do loads of it. But no, hopefully we can do some more cool events like this as we see a penalty being served for the number 2 car. That's going to allow Dan Ashby to overtake us. Oh no, we have another disconnect. Tyler Pastilli is out of the 4 hours of Le Mans. The Lamborghini driver did just or exactly over 3 hours.
That's unlucky. He was really quick for driving 2 stints already.
That is really unfortunate for the Lamborghini. It gives a few positions to other drivers, but you never want to see someone disconnect. But we have another driver for the DNF club. I said we're doing lucky to have all 15 teams still going, and 3 cars have retired since then.
And one was absolutely flawless for everybody, and then stint 2 the cars gave away.
So the stint 1 drivers were better, weren't they, Mars? But yeah, we're just over the 3 hours mark. Our DNFs are the 2 lads who are with us. Fruit Motorsport. We've lost what's time? Volart Racing Team. That's them, and then of course we lost one of the EIA Spectrum Motorsport cars. I can hear myself coming through from somewhere.
I think.
Oh, I thought it was me. I thought it was coming through a controller or something. I was going to say.
Still on. I didn't mute it.
But yeah, it's been a relatively successful event. What's your thoughts on Le Mans as a track? Do you prefer F1 tracks, or is Le Mans up there?
Le Mans has a definite charm to it. It's like has a reason why it's one of the Triple Crown events. Indy and Monaco all have different charms to it. Monaco, especially with the tight and twisty turns, and Indy, it's even though it's driving 500 laps and turning left, but still a race that you have to manage and be quick around. But everybody is it, and Le Mans has a different feeling, especially if you're going through the Porsche curves, and Indianapolis, the car always feels like it's on the edge, tries to move around and then somehow catch it, and it's fun to drive.
I know the brakes did eventually fail, but did you both enjoy driving the Porsche? I know you're both German, so there's obviously a nice sentiment to it, but did you both enjoy the Porsche?
If the Beetle was around, we have both picked the Beetle probably, but yeah. Porsche is great to drive. Maybe not the quickest around on the straights, but around the corners and into the braking. Ironically, it's probably one of the best cars you can have. But I think the McLaren is the overall best package with top speed and good cornering speed. And the Audi is probably the fastest on the straights, but feels clunky in the corners, medium to high speed corners. But that's why we didn't pick that one.
Are German cars the best in the world? Very important question.
German engineering on top.
I agree with you, but I just wanted to hear a German perspective. I agree with you.
Everything, I think, everything you can see, the Lamborghini, the Bugattis, all are owned by Volkswagen, and that's why you already see that the best cars come from German manufacturers.
Yeah, the best cars, the best one currently running 3rd, that is the Porsche. Oh, goes on the gravel. Leading we have the Nissan, and then we have the McLaren. So let's see, can Germany pick up the pieces here in the race? I think the majority of the cars are German though. Hold on, let's go through them. So we have 1, that's the Porsche. You were obviously in a Porsche. We have 3 Mercedes. Yeah, no, it definitely is, because that's almost half the grid at this point.
And then also the one Audi. Probably most of the cars are German.
Yeah, we have the Audi, and then we have we've 3 Nissans. I don't know. I think it's very German and Japanese grid. We've no French cars, thank goodness. So they might actually make it to the end of the race. There's no Renaults or Peugeots. We can or Peugeot, apologies. We can make it to the end.
Don't get me started on the project. Those cars that don't last even 1 lap.
Yeah, Peugeots are they're there. Let's say that. But so British engineering is coming into the pit lane. This is the McLaren of Callum Birch that comes in for his second pit stop of 3. But Nils and Mars, before I let you go, have you anything else you'd like to say to people?
Really looking forward to the next season. Maybe being drafted earlier than the last pick on the FVR draft. But
You,
yeah.
not me.
Looking forward for the next season. And
I'll try and get you a teammate this year.
yeah. Maybe we get another podium as well, but we will see.
Some points first would be nice, Nils. Then we'll look for a
The
podium.
last season, third and a half, we were better. The pace was still there, but I usually got crashed out or something. Or crashed on my own.
Yeah, it was a messy season. I will admit there was a lot of crashes,
Yeah.
and then people suing the admin or whatever that incident was at him.
Or the incident.
Oh, back to German engineering. There's a Mercedes up the inside of Birch as he exits the pit lane. He's completely cut the corner there. He's going to get a 5/10 for that. But that is Dan Ashby in the Mercedes overtaking Callum Birch for 5th position. Nils and Morris, thank you very much for joining me. I do greatly appreciate it.
Bye, have a nice day.
You too. You
A
too.
nice race. Red was the race.
Yeah, we're nearly there. We're nearly there. But here is the battle heading through Tête Rouge down towards the Mulsanne. Callum Birch actually got away with that one, mind you. He didn't pick up a penalty for cutting the corner. I thought it was an almost certain one. Seems 1/10 ahead of the McLaren. Up the front, Marco Albertini has this one boxed off, I feel. Anything can happen in motorsport. Most of the time it does. And Le Mans can throw some surprises. But I can't really see Ricky turning around a minute deficit. We're going to do our hourly review in a few moments, but we are first going to have a short commercial break. We will be back in 22 seconds, you can count. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. We are back here at the Circuit de la Sarre. It is 52 minutes to go. Not quite 1 hour because we were doing an interview over the hour mark again, but it is 52 minutes to go, and it is F4 Racing who are on course to be the victors here at the 4 hours of Le Mans. Last hour, we unfortunately have lost 3 cars. We saw the first Noah, who unfortunately spun around. Apologies if you're experiencing some lag. I think my laptop has just about had it with the 4 hours of streaming, but it was Noah who retired. Then we lost the Fruit Motorsport car, which was of course Nils Hartl driving. It was due to a brake failure that we lost that one. Nils's brake would not work. We heard from Nils and Morris. They still enjoyed their experience, and they still had a good time, and they're looking forward to the next season of FVR. And then we lost Tyler Pistilli of Woolart Racing Team. He's in the Lamborghini Huracan, of course, the purple one. And he was having a great race, and doing the full 4 hours himself, but unfortunately had to retire from the Grand Prix. But in the last hour, we also saw spins for Yannick Verpetin, who is down in 12th. We saw him get hit and spin on the opening lap, heading through the Virage du Tête Rouge for the first time. He had a spin. We also saw some incidents between Callum Birch picking up penalties here and there. We saw a slight nudge between Dan Ashby and Borbune. Borbune went across the Dunlop chicanes. Carlo Giranti, mind you, up to third now here in this one. He's worked well for the last hour to get this 13 car back somewhere in the race, and it's going to do relatively okay because of the DNFs and disconnects we've had. It's not actually going to get a last place classification. In terms of pit stops though, estimating that there's one more for Albertini, there's going to be one more for Debray, one more for Giranti, one more for Den Heyer. I also think there's going to be one more for Ashby and Birch, unless they work something magical. Same for Bune. Tishy may have one more as well. I think Jürgensmeyer could be okay. Gotta hand it to Jürgensmeyer. That car was way down the order, but the Jürg Motorsports car is... oh, I've realised it's gonna probably get a penalty, because that is a livery infringement. Someone reports that. That's gonna be a penalty, unfortunately. Because I just noticed he didn't... Andrew Davis didn't have the... Oh, it says Jurglov's FVR on the back wing. I can't penalise that, surely. Get a photo of that. Jurglov's FVR. Grug. And... Evad. Is this supposed to be my name? I don't know. Am I seeing things? Anyways, that's now just one livery because it says Jurglov's FVR on the back. But let's see. That is yeah, that is interesting. As Ridwan asking why does Avesta not race internet, he says I could skip uni, but I don't have a stable connection. Yeah, we would have loved to have Avesta. It was supposed to be Avesta Gabadi and Liam Houseman who were racing, but neither could. So unfortunately, they had to drop. They were going in under Beckfast Racing. Or was it Bonner Racing? I don't know, doesn't really matter. But they were going in under one of the OG names, which was cool to see. But it is work to do for Rick Debray, because if he wants to win this Le Mans race, he's gonna have to overcome in the next 50 minutes, the final 50 minutes of this race. He's going to have to attempt to overcome a 64.6 second gap. He's not lapping quicker or slower than the Italian, but I can't see him gaining 64 seconds over the next few laps, unless we get some rain and something goes wrong for Albertini. But I don't think we're going to get rain. It's looking like a sunny day. It is looking like a sunny day here to conclude the 4 hours of Le Mans. And we can see it is actually a different McLaren in third. It's Carlo Giranti for Spider GT Racing. And then it is Tim Den Heyer. Then it is Dan Ashby, who's performing very well. Got to hand it to Dan. He's driven a great race. Got to hand it to the whole 955 crew, actually. That is Dominic Kabinski, Dan Ashby, and of course team owner Kieran Kevern, who was in the other car, but still hats off to him. They've come on in leaps and bounds since their last race. The livery's good, the car's good, the drivers, and fair play to the whole 955 crew, because they're on course for a podium. They are on course for a podium because the 95 Ferrari of Yannick Vepetin is 3 minutes adrift off the leaders, so that's definitely going to be a place for Dan Ashby, who's only a minute and 18. Ridwan did say he's going to update closer to the end. While we're here, and while I know he's watching, a huge shout out to Ridwan for all his help with this race. He's an absolute expert when it comes to Gran Turismo, and he is a key asset to have on your team for an endurance race. So thank you very much, Ridwan. Do greatly appreciate all your work. But yeah, we are nearing a conclusion. We have 45 minutes to go here at the Circuit de la Sarre, and then we are completed. it is Nissan, of course, who are going to pick up the manufacturer's win. Nissan have not won Le Mans in real life, of course. There's been 24 constructors that have won Le Mans. That's, of course, Alfa Romeo, Aston Martin, Audi, Bentley, BMW, Bugatti, Chernard and Walker. Then you had Bell Hay, then Ferrari, Ford, Jaguar, Lagonda, Larare, Matra, Mazda, McLaren, Mercedes, Mirage, Peugeot, Porsche. Then, of course, you have your obvious ones, your Toyotas, your Renaults. Then you have your Sauber, Mercedes, your Rondus. Then you have your Talbots. Is that 24? Have I listed all 24? Yeah, that's. I think. Have I got all 24? I just went off what I knew on the top of my head. I think I got 20. I think I got 24. Was that 24? I'm not too sure. I might have listed them all off there. I'll have to double check later on and see. Did I list them all off? See. Can I remember all the Le Mans winners that are definitely not written on a book in front of me? Whoa, what's happened to that camera? But yeah. See, can I remember all the Le Mans winners? Now, see, my camera's messing up, which is absolutely fantastic, because I was gonna just do something funny and just show that I'm just reading them off, but my camera's having a hissy fit, so we're going to leave that for now, because I don't know what that's doing, but, yeah. They are, of course, the winners of Le Mans. Nissan, not listed there. The most winners is Tom Christensen, as we said earlier, 9 wins, for TK, King Tom. But, yeah. Nissan, got to add themselves to that list. Obviously, an FVR 4-hour Le Mans win does not count as a 24-hour Le Mans win, just in case you were unsure. Spectre celebrating the fact that Nissan won. That's funny. But we will see. I can't see anyone taking this from Marco. And I would say that he's like Avesta wasn't in the Nürburgring, he was managing the gap, he drove a smart race, because Marco's genuinely the quickest in this stint as well, by far. He was challenged at first from Callum Birch and Rick Debray, but experience is just unbelievable from Marco Albertini. He was a member of the 24-hour Spa team that won another event as well. I know it was Ridwan, Marco Albertini, Mark Reed, but I can't for the life of me remember the 4th driver. Now, I'm not reading this one genuinely, I just can't remember the 4th driver. Yeah, I'm sure Ridwan can. But, yeah, very, very experienced driver is Marco Albertini, who we had the pleasure of speaking to, of course, during the first stint. So that was exciting. We had the pleasure of speaking to Marco Albertini. Once again, a big thank you for all tuning in so far. I know it's been a long race, and listening to me for 4 hours is not bloody easy, I tell you that. But we've had some brilliant numbers on this one, and you're all still, hopefully, enjoying the race. But in terms of a spectacle, it has unfortunately died down a tad. We're not having any real on-track battling. Oh no, we are. Here we go. This is Matthias Zeelenberg versus Don van der Winkel. This is the Invictus 216 versus the 21 of EIA Spectrum Motorsport, and they're relatively close, I think, in terms of actual position. There's about 40 seconds separating them, but yeah, we are going to be able to crown a winner at least, because if it was a real close one, we might not be able to crown a winner, but we will definitely be able to crown a winner if it stays like this, because there is still one more pit stop to do for Marco Albertini, and everything could go wrong. There's one more pit stop for the top 3. Yeah, there's got to be another pit stop for Dan Ashby as well. He doesn't have enough fuel to make the end. We still have 40 minutes. Like, you're not going to be able to go on a quarter tank of fuel for 40 minutes. But the strategy has been an interesting one, mind you, because the undercut's not been the most powerful thing in the world. You'd think that it would be extremely powerful. It's not really been. It's been sort of normal, if that makes sense. Oh no. Travesty has struck again at the Circuit de la Sarre. The number 96 Spider GT car of Callum Birch has disconnected from the race. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Spider GT. All three of their cars now are going to be way down the back, and it's not going to be a good result on paper for Spider GT. Because Kyle drove a good stint, and this one was going even better for Callum Birch. But now he's disconnected. Carlo Durante running a strong 6th. But of course Ben Goff didn't get to partake in the race in the opening stint. And it was 3rd in stint 1 for the 95 Ferrari. But now Yannick Verpetin is 54 seconds off the second last car. Oh, I do feel sorry for the team. I do really feel sorry for them, because there's a lot of effort that's gone into this. It was a preparation race, of course, but results are what makes you feel good. Oh, that's unlucky. That's the nature of Le Mans, unfortunately, is that as we get into the late stages of this race, more will crumble. In real life, in the 24 hours, it'll be in the middle of the night where cars start to crumble. But in a race like this, it'll be come near the end, because when you have stuff like internet and stuff at play, the longer it is at active use, the more chance of failure, really. And unfortunately, that has struck for Callum Birch, who's out of the 24-hour Le Mans stint too. But Spider GT Racing, the 96 McLaren, it's not going to be last anyways, because we're down to 11, so it's not going to be last for sure. But it will be pretty far down the order, when it was looking like it could have been a strong finish. Just looking at the gaps, it was real close between the 4th place car and all the way down to Bune Motorsport. There was big gains for Callum Birch. But I gotta say, this is going to be a very positive moment of the race for the Nexus Racing team, because they are almost dead set for a podium here in the form of Dan Ashby. Marco Albertini is in and out, and he still has a 15-second lead. That's powerful for Marco Albertini. He's almost performed better than Ridwan. Yeah, but to be fair, Ridwan was arguably against quicker drivers. Here comes Tim Denhire exiting pit lane. We are at almost the 35 minutes to go mark here at the Circuit de la Sarre for the 4 hours of Le Mans. It's been a good race, actually, mind you. But I would like a bit of rain, which there is dark clouds looming. But it'd be nice to see some rain. I think it'd be exciting. I think it'd be very intriguing. I think it would be. It would be a good conclusion, as I can see Ridwan is on the spreadsheet, so we might be getting some stint 2 calculations, some calculations soon. But I think we know who's going to take this one. Fastest lap of the stint, though, is still Ridwan's 57 flat, which I don't think is going to be beaten. A wet stint, a wet end to the race, though, would be really interesting, wouldn't it? Because we haven't seen any wet running all race, so no one knows what to expect. If there was rain, all of a sudden Albertini could be buggered. Although one person who would be screwed if there was rain is Jonathan Jurgensenberg, who does not have the intermediates to the wet tyres purchased. Oh, he doesn't have the apex in towards the first Mulsanne chicane either. And he's gonna have to maybe pick up a bit of a penalty for that one, because that is a corner cut. In terms of the incidents so far, let me have a look and see what has been reported while we have a few minutes. Well, we'd 4 hours, but while we have a few minutes. Let's see. Actually, there's nothing in the incident report channel anymore. Oh, that's because I made 2. Why did I make 2? That's silly of me. That was quite stupid. Right, let's have a look at incident reports then, shall we? As there was Dominic Kapinski, who was reported for bump drafting. Then there was the 21 EIA Spectra, was reported for illegal livery. And then there was a rejoin report, I believe. This was submitted by Nexus. So let's have a look and see then. Oh, that is dangerous. Oh no, sorry, that was a lap car. Sorry. I would love to put this on screen. Oh, that's definitely a dangerous rejoin. I think there could be a penalty for the EIA Spectra car. 2, in fact, they're going to get a 30-second one for the illegal livery, and then there could be an additional one for the racing. There is dark clouds looming, or I could just be optimistic. Oh, there is rain, seemingly, according to Avesta Gobadi. Goodman says 56.5 on the last lap. Who has 56.5 on the last lap? I don't know. But we will wait and see. It's getting dull. I could just be getting optimistic here. I could definitely just be getting optimistic. But it does look to me like it is getting slightly dull over this Circuit de la Sarre. Oh, Ridwan did a 56.6 on the last lap. Oh, you improved your time. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, I could have hyped that up because I was hyping up the 57 flat. I was hyping it up thinking, this got me a 56 knot. Wow. Well done, Avesta. No, not Avesta. Ridwan. Why have I confused them again? It's been a long 3.5 hours, lads. It has been a long 3.5 hours. I thought you meant someone did a 4.56.6. I was going to say, what is going on? But it was a 3.56.6. We see the closest on-track battle is Don van der Winkel and Jonathan Jurgensmeyer, which you can see these two heading down towards Tête Rouge. Of course, Le Mans located in the Pays de la Loire region, Pays de la Loire region, I think that's right, of France, Le Mans being a town. This bit here, the Mulsanne Straight, public road, of course, but you could tell that yourself. Your profile pictures are so similar. That's what's getting me, Avesta and Ridwan. Your profile pictures are so similar. Like, look at that. If you're in the stream chat and you see Avesta and Ridwan's profile pictures, they are so similar. It's got really dull all of a sudden. It has got really dull here over the Circuit de la Sarre. Some rain could be imminent. Oh, this would make it exciting. This would be an exciting finish. Here at Le Mans. Bourbier slightly cooked his left rear again. That Audi not really great in its rear tyres is something we've seen. Unfortunately, we don't have a weather report, and the car I was using to look for the weather report is retired. That was Gallon Birch who I was looking through on the stream. I don't know of any other streams that are active. No, certainly, unfortunately. Let's see, that Nissan. You know what, we haven't did enough onboard shots. Let's have a look on board of the FVR Nissan. No rain on the radar, according to Marco. That's disappointing. That is disappointing. For me. There's a lot of dark clouds though. Let's have a look through Sector 1 then. So, coming up here, it's a flat right-hander for the first. This is Dunlop. You pull all the way to the left-hand side to keep it flat. Then, where I usually brake is one of these Total Energy boards there, the first one. So he's going to use second gear through here, cut the inside, and you can cut it here as well. That is Dan Ashby, who's into the pit lane, under the Dunlop bridge. Then you're coming down here to the S de Tête Rouge. This is the left-hander. And the right-hander, which is of course the S's of Tête Rouge. But then there is the Virage de Tête Rouge, which is the corner. This is the Virage de Tête Rouge up here, so purple for Marco Albertini, 0.046. He's performing when the lights shine brightest. This is of course the infamous Mulsanne straight. This little section here is the Courbe d'Anthérèse and then the Rouen d'Arez, which is very similar to the Rouen d'Arez in Paul Ricard. Then you're at the first Mulsanne chicane. Its official name is of course the first Roland TCA, but the first chicane suffices. You can see he's going to brake at the 100-meter board, braking, downshifting to third gear in his Nissan, and rotating the car, picking up a bit of curb, and then foot flat to the floor. This is the quickest time so far. Then you're back onto the Roland. No, I'm not going to say that word. It's the Mulsanne straight, but it has some word beginning with H that I've already messed up about 3 times because I can't speak French. But the next chicane is of course the second Roland TCA, or the second Mulsanne chicane. You're braking at that blue board there on the right hand side. Actually, Marco Albertini braking a little bit later, so the Italian way more confident than I would be in his Nissan. But the Nissan is a great car, really. The GTR is it's a fabulous car. Next corner then you have the Virage de Mulsanne, or Mulsanne corner. Virage means corner in French, in case you didn't realise, but it's the Virage de Mulsanne. You're braking sort of where there's a kink in the curb, so you'll see a kink in the curb up here on the bottom right hand side of the circuit. You can see there it goes, and bang, there's the kink. And brake in a straight line. You want to brake in a straight line to make sure you don't end up in that gravel, because if you end up in that gravel you will find it pretty tricky to get out there. Jean-Eric Verne of course ended up in the gravel there this year in LMP2. Now you're onto the Courbe de Gulf, which is the straight down towards the S's de Indianapolis. You're picking up this curb here. I've no idea why drivers do it, but I've always did it, and Marco Albertini is doing it as well. I think it's just to shorten the run down towards Indianapolis, but Indianapolis has both corners. It is this right-hander, which is not quite flat. There is a lift and then a brake, and then it's this left-hander that is the braking zone. Then next up, and then you're on to the straight heading up towards the Porsche curves. This is Porsche curves, not Porsche curves. This is a famous section of track at Le Mans, which is some of the best if you want to just see pure traction and driver skill. This is of course Virage Porsche, and then of course you have Virage Dupont. Then you have the S's du Karting. They are called that because there's a karting track on the left hand side. So this Virage Dupont, and then this left and right is the Virage du Karting. You can see there's a lot of gravel to the left hand side. Then this is Maison Blanche. Coming in through here, this left-hander. That is where the 100-kilometer slow zone for the formation lap was placed. Then you have 2 more chicanes. You have the Virage Ford, which is this first chicane, and then the newly renamed Daytona chicane. So you see the Motul sponsorship, and then this one here where the Le Mans is written in the graffiti on the ground. That is the Le Mans, the Daytona chicane. So Albertini 3:59.9. Good lap there while we rode on board with him. Bit of a battle though for 5th place. Since when did you become fluent in French? I am not fluent in French. I am fluent in Le Mans. I did do French for 3 years though, but I'm terrible at it. I was really bad, but I did do French for 3 years. I can say stuff like une calculatrice and j'habite à Londres. Ma matière préférée l'anglais. Stuff like that. What I basically said was, the calculator, I live in Ireland, and my favourite subject is English, which it isn't, but it's the only one I know how to say. Borbune into the pit lane then, as we see him head down. Well, there we go. There's the Audi, the number 25. We're going to just keep an eye on board on our leader, as I will be back in a few moments. Apologies, folks. Commentator back in the building. Oh, was that a mistake from Debray? But we have 23 minutes to go. Here are the 4 hours of Le Mans. It is Mark Robertini who leads. Rick Debray in second position. Rick in the Bing chilling car. We're letting Ridwan get a calculation of the gaps here with 20 minutes to go to keep you informed on how things are going. So, that is the gap, of course, between Rick Debray and your race leader. But still a solid effort this from Bing Chilling. They're still going to get second. Carlos Ranti in third, doing very well as the Italian. It's an Italian 1-3 here. That's the 4 hours of Le Mans stint number 2. He is slowly losing ground to Dan Ashby in fourth. But here is Dan Ashby. Actually, Dan under pressure from Tim Denhire here, and Tim Denhire is trying to put down Ashby under pressure. Look at Adrian Tushy in sixth as well. Adrian driving a great race, gotta say. But yeah, Adrian is just a fantastic person, really. There's not a single soul in this organisation that wants Adrian not to succeed. Everybody wants Adrian to do well, especially me. Adrian's a great human, really is. But back to racing, Tim Denhire is also a fantastic human. In terms of he has driven all 3 hours and 39 minutes by himself. There's more Scottishness on that car than there is Dutchness, but Tim is the Royal Highness of Voluta Racing Team here, because he's driven a fantastic race. But sorry, Ridwan, if you didn't get the gaps for Dan Ashby, but it is pretty close here between Ashby and between Tim Denhire, 5/10 to be exact. Oh, Adrian in the pits. Here comes Adrian Tushy in the pit lane. We will go back to Adrian once he exits the pit lane for Mr. Hamza. But let's see here as Tim Denhire is slowly gaining on Dan Ashby. These are both going to go to the end here. There's no more pit stops apart from this one for Adrian, and from the few that are coming in now, there is no more pit stops here in this race. We're on to the final 20 minutes here at the Circuit de Sar. Apologies, I muted my microphone. We're on to the final 20 minutes here at Le Mans. Apologies if you experienced some lag. It says I've been live for 4 hours and 39 minutes, so that's probably why there's a bit of lag. really, because my laptop usually doesn't stream for that long. But still a valiant effort. Let's see how the pit stops are going then. Here is the Jürgenmeister, Jürgen Dave, which is Andrew Davis. Why has he put a black board on the number board? There was no black variation of the number board, so he's done that himself. Is that a Chicago Bears logo on the side of the car? What does it say on the bonnet? Jonathan and... Oh, just Jonathan Jurgens. We'll go through the gaps now once again. This is Bor Bjorn and Dan Ashby. Then there is Tim Denhart and Bor Bjorn. Hold on, I have the spreadsheet open. I can see how Ridwan is progressing. There is Tim at Bor Bjorn and Adrian. And then there's the gap between Adrian and Don van der Winkel. There's Adrian doing a good job of the 954. Him and Kieran Kevern are driving a solid race. Adrian's quickest lap was actually his in lap in the pit lane. He did a 4th lap. So fair play to you, Adrian, for that one. Yep. Has Bjorn Motorsport in. And Don van der Winkel for Invictus Racing Team. I won't lie, lads, it's really satisfying watching Ridwan do this. There we go. Then it is Jonathan Jurgensmar and Don van der Winkel for Jurg Motorsports. Second from the bottom, Ridwan. Although he's doing this before... Oh, he didn't get Invictus in. Apologies. Yeah, that's why he's seen this before. And then, of course, it is Jurgensmeyer. 10 seconds between himself and Matthias Zeelenberg. That is a close one, actually, between Jurg and between Zeelenberg now. 10.1 seconds exactly, pretty much there. And it's a close one between all three, Van der Winkel, Jurgensmeyer and Zeelenberg. Then the gap between Zeelenberg and Yannick Verpetin, of course, it's a minute and 15. Ridwan, let me know, of course, if you got all of them. He did, I think. We can get some live calculations. Yours passion is graphic design, apparently. Yes, it is. It is passion. His graphic is. What am I saying? His passion is graphic design. Yes, that is his passion. We have 20 minutes to go here. We have less than that. We have 17 minutes to go here at the FVR 4 Hours of Le Mans. It's been an exciting race. It's not really been the best of stint 2s, but it was good for the first 2 hours or so. We see the quickest lap of the stint, still a 58 flat, but the quickest lap overall is definitely Hamza's 56.6. So as it stands, I'm having a look at the Ridwan update in the spreadsheet. It is most certainly F4 Racing 1 and then Bing Chilling in 2. And then I do believe it'd be correct in saying it is Nexus Racing, the 955 car, that's in P3. Then I actually think it's Tim Denhire in the Voluta Racing Lexus in P4. And then, funnily enough, it's Bjorn Motorsport, who's in 5th, the Audi, with a very good drive for now. And then EIA Spectra Motorsport, no, apologies, it's Nexus Racing. It's the other Nexus car. It's actually Kevin and Tishy in the 954. That is the Mercedes. Oh, hold on, these aren't being updated, are they? No, them ones haven't been updated yet. Hold on, forget that. 1, 2, 3, 4, though, it is F4, then it's Bing Chilling, then it is Nexus, and then Voluta. I should just let Ridwan do his thing, shouldn't I? But we're approaching the race end. Let us know, folks, in the stream chat, your moment of the race. Hold on, I'll type it to make sure. Let us know your moment of the race. Might compile the best answers into an Instagram post. But let us know your moment of the race, of course, as do appreciate you all who stuck around for 4 hours. The boxes in red under stint 2 are DNFs. Okay, here we go. So, with a few minutes to go, the interesting battles to look for is Nexus and Voluta, who are tied. That is for the podium. So, they are pretty much tied, I think. Oh, no, not. They're tied for in this stint, of course, but so it is F4 Racing, Bing Chilling, Nexus, Voluta, Bune Motorsport, then Sparta GT 95 car, then it's the other Nexus, the 954, then it's Invictus, Roulart, and then it is EI Spectrum Motorsport 20, Sparta GT 96, EI Spectrum Motorsport 21, then it's the 3 DNFs, which was the Fruit Motorsport, then it's the 13 Sparta GT, and then the 7 Jurg's Motorsport car. So to be fair, Jurg has done this full stint. Unfortunately, he's still in last place in this one, despite there being 4 DNFs in this stint. So we will have to wait and see. But we have a matter of moments. Let's see what your moments of the race were under cumulative gaps. Oh yeah, that would make sense, wouldn't it, Ridman? I'm a bit stupid, haven't I, Ridman? But the interesting battles to look for, still a bit of a battle between Nexus and Voluta, and then there's loads of battles down the back. There is only 20 seconds separating. Well, no, 3 of those guys have DNF'd, so. But yeah, the order is almost all but confirmed here in the FVR 4 hours of Le Mans, but we have pretty much a conclusion. Of course, if you cast your eyes back to the Nürburgring, we had a change for the podium on the last lap. So, really, anything can truly happen. We gotta wait and see, because anything can happen. I know Jürgen's commenting on the stream while driving, but we do gotta wait and see, because something could go majorly wrong. There could be a disconnect, there could be a failure, and that would turn the race on its head, quite frankly. And that would be thoroughly exciting. But for for F4 Racing's sake, we do hope that there's no real issues, because they're the deserved winners by far. They're the best team. And that's absolutely sure. And I'm just oh, there we go. There's the Nürburgring results. So teams that are in this one: Bono Racing won, of course, but they're now F4 Racing. Second was actually FPRS GT Racing, which is technically Spider GT, so disappointing for Spider. Then P3 was the 94 Lexus. It's the 955 Lexus, not the 954. That's battling for P3 this time round. And then it was the Falcon GT3 team. That was actually Levi Rablers who was in that car, and he, of course, is in a car here today. He's in the Invictus car. And then P5 was the Moya Racing team. They're not here, of course. P6, Bing Chilling. That was Joshua Alsdorf and Rick Debray. So, Bing Chilling, I thought came P2 in the Nürburgring. They certainly didn't. They came P6. So this is a very positive result for Bing Chilling. Then P7 was North American Motorsport. That was Pastilli. So Pastilli, I think he's doing worse this time around, but that's just due to the disconnect, which is awful unfortunate on his behalf. Then it was Den Hire A&M Recycling Team, which was Tim Den Hire and Salem Haddad. But Tim has performed excellently here. Almost driver of the race, I reckon, for Tim. Then it was the Simpson team, which were the Simpson brothers. Then we had 1601 Racing, neither here today. Then it was Hex Racing, and then we had the Moy Belanda. And that was Dan van der Winkel, who was in that one, currently running 8th in stint. And then it was the JS Racing team. which was a DNS. Well, 1 hour 50 into the stint, 3 hours 50 into the 4 hour Le Mans. We're at the cutting edge here, folks. We'll be back after a short commercial break. 22 seconds, you can count. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program. Welcome back to Le Mans, ladies and gentlemen. You have not missed much. It's still getting dull, but I'm not going to be a conspiracy theorist this time round and think it's rain, because I think it just could be getting dull. The battle between Durante, between Dan Ashby, and between Tim Denhire is heating up. Oh, Durante into the pit lane, so he didn't make it to the end. Carlo had to do one more pit stop. Again, his in-lap, or sorry, the lap before his in-lap, quickest of the race. So now it's between Dan Ashby and Tim Denhire for third in stint. Now, these two are also battling for a position as well. If we look at the cumulative gaps, there is... let me get my maths brain to work. Apologies. There's 18 seconds between Ashby and Denhire in the overall race standings. Well, it'll be 20 now because Denhire's 2 behind. So Tim is on, yeah, they're both on fairly equal. So I think this is going to be a Dan Ashby masterclass here to get a podium for Nexus. Himself and Kabinski have both been excellent. What about manufacturers? Let's see. So there's 1, that's Nissan, and then we've 2, that's Porsche, 3 Mercedes, 4 Lexus, 5 Audi, and 6 McLaren. Top 6 different manufacturers here in stint. In terms of the overall, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's still 6, top 6. 6 different manufacturers. Which you love to see. You really do love to see. I think that's great. I don't know about you in the stream chat, but I think that's fantastic. Ridwan saying Tim Denhire driver there. Yeah, I'd say Tim as well, because he's did the full 4 hours. Obviously, still he tried. Or to be fair, Borbune has as well. Borbune's done the full 4 hours, but Tim has finished higher, so he's finished Denhire. So I think you'd have to give it to him. But Borbune technically quicker PB. He's gone much quicker on the PB. We'll have to wait and see. 1 hour 53 done. 2 hours to go, or not. Lads, I'm losing my head. That's all. I'm gone insane. I'm actually gone insane. No, we have 7 minutes left, not 2 hours. Good lord, if we 2 hours left, imagine the state of this broadcast going the final minutes. How many more laps is Albertini gonna get? He's lapping in the he's lapping under the 4 minute mark, but I imagine it would go over for his final lap, because it's certainly going to be a victory lap. There's going to be no question about that. As, let's see, Albertini, he's going to cross it at about the 150. Yeah, Ridwan, you're getting back in the car, my friend. So, he's going to cross it at the 1 minute 54.10. So if he does a 4 minute lap, that's 58. So there'll be 2 more laps of this race. 2 more laps for Marco Albertini. Yeah, Ridwan confirmed it there. 2 more, and I imagine the last one will be some sort of victory run to the finish. As we can see, Rick Debray coming around as well. He's also lapping under the 4 minute mark, mind you. So Ricky giving it he's giving it everything, and BCR are gonna get a second place finish here. It's a 4:01 that time round, though. You can just see where the experience of Marco Albertini is kicking in. He's been fluctuating a little bit in pace, but he's been quick at the right points. He has been quick at the right points. Reverse finish. No, please don't do that, because I want to post the clip to Instagram. Please don't tell Marco to do that. I want to post the clip of him crossing the line. We wait and see. This battle still rages on. Den Haar's cut down 3/10 into Dan Ashby, but his last lap was a second slower. So that's a problem for Tim Den Haar if he wants to get the spot. But this lap has been quicker. Let's see the times. Here comes Dan Ashby across the finish. It was a 0-1. Yeah, way quicker for Den Haar, so he is clawing in. He is clawing in. And then Carlo Durante slowly catching. But you can see he's on fresh tyres and low fuel, so that McLaren is going to feel absolutely fabulous to drive. We heard from Kyle Davis earlier in the interviews saying the McLaren is a nippy car, it's fun to drive. Certainly when you're on fresh tyres and low fuel, this is going to be like quali trim for Carlo Durante. This is going to be the quickest he's driven all day for sure. This lap won't necessarily be because he's just out of the pit lane, but that emergency stop for Durante is going to be helpful. We saw an emergency stop from Rabblers as well earlier on in the race, Durante having to do that as well. But Albertini rounding through Mulsanne corner. Oh, just look at this. The F4 boys, they can't stop themselves. We're 3 hours and 56 minutes into a 4-hour race, and Marco Albertini's just gone purple through the sector from the second Rotissier to Mulsanne corner. They just can't help themselves. Right, let's see what he puts on the board. Let's ride on board then with Marco Albertini for his second final trip round the Circuit de la Sarre. Four-tenths purple, heading through the Porsche curves. With one more lap to go. I don't think the last lap is going to be purple. This will be his best bite of the cherry, because his tyres are slowly falling off, but we're inside the cockpit of the Nissan. Is that a pink helmet for Albertini? I think it is. Let's see, heading into the chicane. He said he likes driving this car and he's much quicker in the dry. Certainly proving that. Can he beat Hamza's fastest lap and take the overall fastest lap of the race? Let's see, across the line goes Marco Albertini. Oh, 57.6, second off, but still an exceptional lap considering the stage of the race we are at. Heading through Dunlop, the number 4 is going to win its 4th Formula Virtual Racing endurance race. We've only did 4. It's a 100% strike rate. We do need to keep another eye, I should say, on this battle between Ashby and Den Haar, because bit of contact here in this one, and Ashby goes round. That's the podium gone for Nexus. I wonder if you're Dan Ashby, do you just let him through, or is there a lot of ego at stake? Oh, a bit of a wobble heading through the Porsche curves. But back to your race leader. He's driving perfectly. Driving exceptionally. Every corner is perfect. Just back to this battle again, because they're coming into the sector where overtaking is possible. Overtaking is it's quite possible around a lot of this circuit, to be fair. It's quite possible around a lot of it. But Tim Den Haar is going to hope that he can send one up the inside into one of the likelier overtaking zones. As we can see, braking for that left-hander. Dunlop. Den Haar not really close enough at this stage. Do need to keep an eye on our race leader as well. He's come down towards Mulsanne corner. Low on fuel, mind you, is Marco Albertini. Oh, look at Den Haar. Look at Tim Den Haar. Here we go. Tim Den Haar going to go down the inside. Heading it towards Tetra Rouge on the last lap of 4 hours. Tim Den Haar risks it all for the Voluta Racing Team Lexus. Now tucked into the slipstream behind the Mercedes. This is thrilling racing at such a late stage of such a long race. The Lexus wants every last second here to try pull this advantage over that Mercedes. He's got the job done heading in towards the Mulsanne chicane, the first of 2. But now he's got to try to fend for the rest of the lot, because of course, remember, Dan Ashby will have slipstream all the way down towards Indianapolis. The corner your race leader is heading to now, of course. Braking for the inside goes Dan Ashby. There's a couple of cars crossing the line. Borbune has completed. So has Durante. Adrian Teiche has completed as well. Apologies, Ridwan, for not getting the gaps. But here comes your race leader. There's a few more still to actually complete first. Here comes Don van der Winkel coming through and now crosses the line. Jurgensmeyer will be next, and then it will be the race winner. If we just double check that, yeah, he's coming up towards the Porsche curves now. But here comes Jonathan Jurgensmeyer, and it is the EIA Spectrum Motorsport. Here comes Jurg across the line, a people's favourite, Jonathan Jurgensmeyer. Then it is the Nissan heading in towards the chicanes, the EI Spectra Motorsport car. But heading through the final sector now is the team that's well and truly crowned themselves as the best at this game. It's been a flawless race. Strategy was perfect for F4 Racing. The 100% strike rate will continue as Marco Albertini brings it into the Virage Ford and the Daytona chicanes for the final time in 4 hours. Spa, Nürburgring and Le Mans have all been dominated by F4 Racing, who win the 4 hours of Le Mans with the fastest lap of the stint as well. There's no letting up. There is no moments where these guys do not think about winning. It is a 34-second lead in the stint. It's going to be well over a 70-second lead come the end of the calculations. Here comes Rick Debray though for Bing Chilling. They'll take their first podium in an FVR endurance race. It was a first endurance race for Debray's teammate Miko Lockhorse, who impressed the UNEM team, but Bing Chilling will come home second. Rick Debray ending it with a valiant effort. This battle still rages on, and it's going to be Tim Den Haar who's going to come home third in stint, but I think he's going to take fourth. Nexus Racing will be on the podium for a second consecutive FVR endurance race. There is celebrations within Bono Racing. They're going to be delighted with how this race has ended up. Here comes Tim Den Haar rounding through the Porsche curves for the Voluta Racing Team. What an effort from Tim. Oh, the race ended. It's done it again. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Your race winners of the FVR 4 hours of the Nürburgring. It is Marco Albertini and F4 Racing. What an effort from those. I think it's only fair we go to commentary corner one more time. It's going to be a terrible photo of me, isn't it? Although the camera was not working the last time we went to commentary corner. It's working now. So here in commentary corner, a big thank you for this one. It's been a tough 4 hours, but we've got there in the end. And remember, folks, to check out our title sponsor, Simulus Clothing, if you want more Formula Virtual Racing merchandise. But from myself and from everyone associated with today's race, a huge congratulations to those men who are on the thumbnail as a driver. It is Ridwan Hamza there who's on it, but that's his old racing suit because I just robbed the PNG from Nürburgring. But F4 Bono Racing, no, it's not F4 Bono Racing, it's just F4 Racing. At least I said it right coming at the end of the race. F4 Racing are your winners in the FVR 4 hours of Le Mans. Please make sure to follow our social channels to keep up with all about today's race. We'll be posting plenty of results as well. There we will hopefully also hear from or get an interview from our winners that can be posted in the next few days. But from myself and from all associated, back to Commentary Corner, thank you very much for watching, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure to check out all our social channels for more Formula Virtual Racing content. Bye bye. This program is brought to you by Simulus Clothing, official title sponsors of Formula Virtual Racing. But wait, there's more. Check out the official Formula Virtual Racing merchandise line out now exclusively to Simulus Clothing. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the program.